Hello. This is like an hour extension of Meatball Parade. Wouldn't it be funny if we just sat here and listened to the whole thing? We're already a sixth of the way through, because I take forever. But we're not going to do that. No, it is Sucro time. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. You may know this game. I need to find more Sucro-appropriate apartment music. Anyway, hello. Today on Final Fantasy XIV, my plan is... Yep, DDEJ, that is the keyboard combination to play those notes. Thank you for remembering it. My plan today is to go through the 50 to 60 Bard quests, or the Heavensward Bard quests, if you prefer to think of them that way, both are accurate, and attempt to main Bard for the rest of the game, I guess? Because it's alright, and I want to experience progression as the game sort of intended. I say sort of because there's going to be a period of level 60 quests prior to Stormblood that are going to give me a lot more experience than when originally they did not give any. But yeah, also, bows in this game get pretty elaborate, for the record. This one has a scope on it. I don't think that's too outrageous for a bow to have a scope, but it seems funny at first glance. First, the traditional rounding up of whatever the retainers have. Hurrah! And I don't think any of that is going to outclass what I've got. I have bought like a full set of level 60 starting gear that you would have been added with Stormblood, I believe. So it's not much lower than what you can get for tomestones at some point. We might be approaching the place where you can buy stuff with tomestones in Heavensward. Amazing, finally. We're getting somewhere. But yeah, I need to find some more Sucro-appropriate estate music, or... I also need to summon Midgard Sword. What do we got in here? I'm able to take my time. What's this? Right. There's a lot of different stuff. There's a lot of music in this game you might know. Including stuff like this. There's also the... I could just play the Gold Saucer music, which would be inadvisable. There's also ambient noises. Like this, which is extremely ominous to have playing in your house, probably. Or silence, which technically counts as ambient. Or... PvP music, which is from Final Fantasy IX. Etc. But for right now, it's still Vals de Fantastica. I barely know the context of this. It's from 15. Yoko Shimomura probably composed this. And that's about all I know. Anyway. So Bard, right? Now that I've got Bard to 60, I can show a little bit of how Bard works more. Now that I've been trying to figure it out as well. So we'll make our way over to this striking dummy that I use way too often. Frighteningly enough, I actually started encountering the owner of this estate, like nearby the striking dummy recently. I think I was waved at once and I ran away in fear, as I would. Or I didn't notice it, or both. So Bard though. Bard is all about your opener and like your 2-minute burst, which I guess is true of every single class in the game at this point, or it will be eventually when they just do that. So you want your damage over time, you want your songs, you want your various buffs active. I already messed up. And then you just want to just keep going. That was a really poor summary of everything, but oh yeah. I also just want to show that particular attack animation, Sidewinder. Some sort of curse explosion hex with your finger snap you got going there. It looks very cool. And speaking of curse hex, whatever, Iron Jaws, the thing that refreshes the damage over time, is also that? So bards have some sort of like weird... I don't know how that fits into the flavor of the class, but they can like hex things, is what this feels like they're doing to me. I am not sure how that is very bardly of them, but you know, whatever. You know bards, they just plunder magical secrets and whatnot. At least in 5th edition D&D they do that. At this point, we can probably say that if Sucro were a D&D 5e character, she'd be a lore bard. Maybe. Though those don't have bows. In any case, it is time once again to New Game Plus. We've seen Archer and Bard on stream early on. And we may have seen the start of Bard Part 2, but I don't recall. Jehantel is committed to training members of the God's Quiver, confident in his work in Gridania has served to strengthen the power of his songs. Though not all are convinced of the efficacy of bards in the field, a skilled lancer and captain of the Order of the Twin Adder, Sanson, is determined to prove to naysayers the strength to be found in ballads. New Game Plus mode. And so we must go talk to Jehantel, I believe. Quarry Mill's still pretty active, which is interesting. Whoa there, lighting. Guess people still care about Palace of the Dead. As they should. Anyway, we might have seen this starting part, but I'm not entirely sure. Ah, my dear Sucro, precisely the woman I wish to see. You will know that I've been training the members of the God's Quiver. Well, the experience has proven most insightful. By taking a keen interest in the development of the younger generation, I feel that my songs have gained in power. And yours could too, my friend. If you have a mind to rise to new heights within our art, I invite you to come to Quiver's Hold. There's an individual to whom I would introduce you. I would gladly play the Palace of the Dead alongside you. Not right now, because we have barding to do. And not the kind that you put on a chocobo. But at some point, absolutely. Bard actions must be taken. I truly do not remember if we've seen the start of this questline on camera or not, but that doesn't really matter. By the matron, you're Sucro Funk! I've heard all of your exploits. Allow me to introduce you to Sanson, a captain of the Order of the Twin Adder. He is a skilled lancer and a fervent believer in the power of song. As a matter of fact, he now seeks to establish a new unit which incorporates bards. Serpent salute. It is an honor to finally meet you, Sucro. Jahantel often speaks of you, and highly. And as you've heard, I seek to establish a new unit. It is my belief that bards would give our forces a tactical advantage. To that end, I went to the God's Quiver to request their cooperation. Alas, they were not receptive to my proposal. Many yet remain skeptical of the power of song, and would sooner spend their time bending the bow than plucking the harp. But I was not deterred. I scoured ancient tomes and reached out to the Mughals to find decisive proof of a bard's worth in battle, and I'm pleased to say that my efforts have finally yielded fruit. There exists a legendary song that is said to bring a battle to an immediate conclusion. The Ballad of Oblivion, 'tis called. And on the condition that I find it, I shall convince the leaders of the God's Quiver that mine is a worthwhile cause. Speaking of which, the meeting is about to begin. I take my leave of you. Salute. You left without giving us the chance to bring up our own business. Actually, why don't we join Sanson in the meeting? As it pertains to bards, I doubt our presence would be taken amiss. Come, let us go to the seat of the first bow. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't seen any of this, right? I don't believe you've tried bard, so this is new to you, and that's interesting. Beyond a certain point, like, I don't believe I ever did the Stormblood and Beyond Bard quests, so some of this will eventually be new to me as well. Not to mention, I haven't really played Bard since Heavensward. Played Bard at and endgame since Heavensward, I should say. Jahantel said that you would come. You may enter. You would lend your voice to my cause? I am in your debt. Another bard, are you? Well, if it isn't Sucro, I did not expect to see you here. I'm a cat, and a bard. Surprise. I've always been a bard and never been anything else. 100%. The meeting isn't faring well, I'm afraid. The God's Quiver are disinclined to cooperate. Once you bear witness to the ballad's power, you will change your mind, I'm certain of it. I must allow, such a decisive way to end a battle does pique my interest. My investigation has revealed that the song originates from the western reaches of Kurthus. It's my intent to journey there and find it. As a matter of fact, I've already submitted papers to the God's Quiver requesting a bard to accompany me on this expedition. Rest assured, we've already handpicked one for you. Not that there were many to choose from, mind you. Jahantel scarcely commenced his lessons after all. Now, with times as they are, every man of us is precious. Therefore, before we commit one of ours to your cause, I would test your fitness to undertake this expedition. What would you have me do? Demonstrate your martial prowess, simple as that. Enraged treants have been plaguing travelers in the Twelveswood. I would have you and your companion-to-be deal with them. Lest you worry, we've assigned you someone capable. I shall have him join you presently at Amoris's Spire, near to where said treants lurk. Good fortune to you, Captain. I'm gonna help too, whether they like it or not. With that, we are come to your part in this, Sucro. 'Tis my desire that you accompany Sanson on his expedition. I request this of you because I know no finer bard. Furthermore, I believe that you will gain something from this experience. But first there is the matter of the trial. I find myself dubious as to whether the God's Quiver actually mean to lend Sanson a bard. Pray aid him in dispatching the treants, Sucro. The creatures are fearsome foes. I would be heartened for your assistance. I shall go on ahead to Amarse's spire. Pray join me there at your earliest convenience. My earliest convenience is immediately. To the Hawthorne Hut. Oh, and lest I forget, you may notice, if you are paying very close attention, that I have about 3 million less skill than I did last time. That's because I bought a variety of random emotes, but more importantly, I also bought this funny crab! Look at the funny crab. Is it not wondrous? What a good crab. Listen to it skitter. Anyway. I was caught unawares. Be careful. Technically speaking, I am doing a rotation incorrectly. Apparently, in order to optimize your song use, what you actually want to do is start with Wind Bite, do Imperial Arrow, wait for a second, and activate Wonders Minuet at the last possible moment before you would waste any GCD time. But I just automatically default to song first. I doubt it makes a huge amount of difference, but that's something to work on later. As that battle was not level synced, I was able to easily dispatch the trees. I would have probably anyway, but... Aha! Someone else is here. Behold. Him. The famous Sucro Funk, I take it. Nod. You're not half bad, sister. Not half bad? Sucro is a prodigy, I'll have you know. That's why I gave her the charm, Kupo. Gaidalo, I assume is how you say that. What is the meaning of this interference? They were in the midst of a trial, for God's sake. Don't have a fit, old man. It isn't good for your heart. Besides, I wouldn't call it interference, seeing as I'm part of this merry band. Eh? It's true, Kupo. I was present when he received his orders. And I was also present when he said, "What a bloody bother, I hope they botched the trial." Aye, well, I did say those words, I'll not deny it. But seeing Sucro in action has changed my mind. I'm Gaidalo of the Gold Bulls. I don't care for fame and fortune, and I couldn't give two farts about this dirge of death-like doomness you're after. I do, however, have an interest in song. I can't pass over the chance to travel with an exceptional bard like yourself, and I promise you won't be poorer for my fine company. Well, things have certainly taken an interesting turn. Know that Gaidalo is among my most promising students. I can vouch for his ability. Ability, aye, but not else. I know about you, Gaidalo the Spent. Your reputation as a troublemaker precedes you. You treat authority with contempt, shirk duty at every turn, and make a general nuisance of yourself. That they sent the likes of you means they want me to fail. My hopes of finding the Ballad of Oblivion all up in smoke. Say it straight to my face, will you? Shall and tell, do we really have to travel with this pompous prat? Sucro and I alone will do just fine. We don't need anyone else. Without me, you say? Who do you think is the driving force behind the expedition? Already at each other's throats instantly. I suppose beggars can't be choosers. Sucro, I must return to Quiver's Hold with word of the trial's success. Please join me there. Guy is an entertaining character. Also, Guy is a good way to shorten his name, I would say. Didn't really consider that until I had to start speaking it. I'm glad to see you again, Sucro. You must sing for me again, and soon, Kupo. Does that count? Gaidalo may have his failings, but he's not a bad fellow. Truth be told, I had intended to introduce him to you as well. To that end, I asked Pukno Poke to seek him out, only to have him appear as our Quiverman. Fate works in strange ways, does it not? I hope I'm saying Gaidalo correctly. That's the only reason I was thinking about shortening it just now. I always fear mispronouncing things. A pity he and Sanson do not see eye to eye. Their personalities are simply too far apart, and the gulf will not be easily bridged. Alright. Though it will be a burden upon you, in watching over these two disparate souls, doubt not but that you will grow as a bard. But come, let us hurry back to Gridania. 'Tis too early still to leave those two unchaperoned. This questline will also give us a chance to take a flying tour of some areas I neglected to do that for. Because we will be going back to Heavensward areas. Which is worth pointing out, I think, because if I recall correctly, much of the Heavensward Paladin quests, in addition to being ridiculous, also did not actually go to many of the Heavensward areas, which is why I was able to complete all of them already. That Sanson hasn't shut up since he got here. Seriously, sister, we'd be well rid of him. You are returned. Well, well. The air is taut as a tightly wound harp, Kupo. They may have gotten off on the wrong foot, but these two have proven their readiness for the expedition. We have done as bade and culled the enraged treants. I trust you have no objections to the expedition. None whatsoever, nor do I have any doubt that Gaidalo shall be of great help to you. I shall look forward to good tidings in the days to come. Of great help indeed. At any rate, 'tis now official. We may proceed with the expedition. Let us depart for the Holy See at once. Lest you wonder, I've already secured us passage into Iscardian territory. And remember, we have a golden chance to raise the standing of bards within our nation. Bards within our nation. Let us succeed in our mission and find the Ballad of Oblivion. Any stiffer and he's like to snap in half. It'll be a grueling journey, but so long as you work together, you're bound to succeed, Kupo. So it is to Ishgard, then. Safe travels, my friend. I shall await your return, all the while looking forward to hearing such songs as are born of your experience. Yep. Jahandel is not going with us. Instead, these two. The whole quest line is about them. more or less. And they've dressed for the weather. Gaidalo actually just plays the harp. Ah, snow and ice everywhere you look, and it hurts like a bastard to breathe. For all this open sky, it feels gloomier than the closeness of the Twelves would. I believe you can very, very slightly actually hear his harp. First I shall make inquiries here in Ishgard. As for you, Sucro, pray rest and recover your strength. We will likely have need of it on the road. Gods damn it, man. Here we are in a new place, one that hasn't been open to visitors for nearly a decade, and you've got your nose buried in a bloody book. Take a moment to get a feel for the city, I say, and to that end, I'm off to a tavern to get a feel for the locals. The young and female sort. Guy. Of course he would. The next quest would of course be available at level 52. The Stiff and the Spent. That Gaidalo is worse than useless. Instead of helping with our inquiries, he spends all his time drinking and wenching. Now his indiscretion is about to get him and us into trouble. The gods see fit to bless him with a gift for song, but what does he do but use it to satisfy his base urges? Pray forgive me my outburst. 'Tis towards Gaidalo and not you that I should be giving vent to my annoyance. Allow me to explain the situation. Apparently, a maiden told Gaidalo that her sweetheart is fairer of voice than he. That was enough to throw him into a fit of jealousy, and he rushed out of the city, seeking to settle matters with his sweetheart, who happens to be a knight. I'm sure you can appreciate how swiftly this could descend into disaster. We must stop Gaidalo before he does something stupid and gets us banished from Ishgard. You joke, but actually, he may actually almost get immediately executed for real. Please come with me to Falcon's Nest and talk some sense into the fool. And so we shall. Aye, a bard did come through a while ago. The fellow walked with a swagger, as you say. That sounds like Guy. The knight in question is currently on patrol. Upon learning of this, Gaidalo continued north into the wilderness to find him. I must add that the knight and his unit are late to return. It may be simply a coincidence, or it may be our witless friend has done something we'll live to regret. Whichever it is, we'd best go and see for certain. I shall look for Gaidalo around Gorgain Mills. Pray focus your search on twin pools to the north and west. Funny claw. This freaking mount that looks like it's picked up your character in an actual claw machine. Sucro looks completely blank about this. Completely blank face. No opinions on this subject. I was accidentally holding buttons or something. You might be surprised to know that I don't have a treasure mount. Yeah, it's a very this is my life now kind of expression, huh? What's going on out here? Stay back! Leave these fiends to us! Well, if it isn't Sucro, come to join the revelry, I shouldn't doubt. The situation here is under control, but there's plenty more fiends to go around. Why don't you try checking beyond the rock to the north? Rather than an international incident, it seems that he's fighting polar bears? How mysterious. There we go. I think that was the min-max of the song rotation, a little bit more. In case you're wondering what that loud, In case you're wondering what that loud noise is, that is Pitch Perfect, which activates when you have 3 stacks of whatever you get stacks of during the Wonders Minuet. I forget what it's called. What is it called? Repertoire stacks. Of course, that makes sense. That was a close call. We wouldn't have fared nearly as well had your friend not arrived. What's up, guy? Your sense of timing's superb, sister. Late enough to be stylish, but not too late to be useless. Sucro, what has happened? There were bears and yaks fighting people, I guess? Gaidalo did what? Why would he do such a dangerous thing? Sir Elaminane, I presume. I've got something here for you, a name day present from your sweetheart. From Abby? Huh, there's a message attached to it. 'Tis well and good to do your duty, but you mustn't forget who you're fighting for. After all, you're about to have an extra mouth to feed. My Abby is with child? Oh, Halone be praised, I'm to be a father. From this moment on, I must live not only for duty, but for my family. Rushing out of the city, joining the battle against fiends, it was all for the sake of delivering the present and a message? Aye, something like that. At the tavern, I heard tell of a knight who's versed in traditional songs. I went to his sweetheart to ask about him, but the poor lass was damn near inconsolable. The way she was pining for her dearest Elaminane, what was I to do but go and find the bloke? Not only did you bring me the gladdest tidings of my life, and coming to our aid, you most certainly saved it besides. I can never repay this debt, but it shall not be for want of effort. Whatever it is you wish to know, I should be glad to assist you. We are searching for a legendary song said to hold the power to bring battles to an end. The Ballad of Oblivion, it's called. Are you perchance familiar with it? Nod. I have heard rumors of a woman who sends souls unto the heavens with a song. Perhaps this is the song you seek? I shall look into it and send word should I learn something. Yeah, Guy wins you over super fast. He seems like a shitlord at first. And then like it's actually a cover for how much he just freaking cares about people. Surprise. And you can like see that immediately. Gaidalo, just because this ended well doesn't mean you're excused. You can't simply do whatever you please. Meanwhile, Sanson is a stickler for order and rules and stuff. Shrug. Whatever I please, I was adapting to the situation that happens to be sought after in a bard. An opportunity presented itself, and I grabbed it with both hands. I guess that is a classic D&D bard, in a way. Insufferable man. Brazen though it was, his action did save lives, so I shall overlook his lapse in judgment this once. Let us return to Falcon's Nest. I don't have a ton of D&D experience. Most of the stories I hear about D&D bards are more the former than the latter in that respect. And certainly most of the stories I hear about D&D bards are not a way I would ever consider playing a bard in my life. Mostly people flirting with monsters and so on. Much more than that, if you catch my drift, but you know. Enough of that. This is Final Fantasy XIV bards. Different. Play Megalovania on trumpet, shoot guy with bow. Yeah, I guess that probably is a bad reputation rather than, like, actually what most people do as a bard. Who can say? I swear, there's another lance up his arse that keeps him propped up. That's a pretty good line. Guy has some pretty good lines. I'll say that, too. Lest you forget, we are a fellowship. Members of a fellowship work together. Do we have an understanding? Fight not the flow of life's river, for you'll never arrive at the shoals. Give your body and soul to the waters, and Samson the Stiff has no soul. Stop that, I'm trying to have a serious conversation. You know nothing, Samson the Stiff. A bard must compose when inspiration takes him. I was trying to capture the virtue of tranquility, and you rudely interrupted me. What about you, my friend? Have recent happenings kindled a verse within your heart? Camera pan over to Sucro playing a harp. I still think that's very funny. You see, Sucro too was moved to compose a lovely little ditty. Shaking head. Yes, that was very beautiful, but I was talking about what it means to be a fellowship. We have much work to do, and I expect you to do your part, starting with our inquiries. I'm inquiring, aren't I? As I've already proven, there's plenty to be learned from the common folk. I'll leave you to deal with your own kind, the stuffy highborn sort. We haven't yet heard from Sir Laminane. Until such time as we do, I shall continue my own search for information. As before, pray keep up with your strength for the journey ahead. 2 levels pass. Oh, you still get to see this. This is when you learn the Wanderer's Minuet. Forgot you still got to see those. To be a bard means to let your heart guide you as much as your head. That's what I think, at least. I think I listen to my heart fairly often, so sure. I'm a very emotions-driven person, I would say. Samson has acquired information on the Ballad of Oblivion. Good tidings, Sucro. We've received information from Sir Laminane regarding the Ballad of Oblivion. You will recall the woman he mentioned, the one who sends souls into the heavens with a song. She's apparently a soldier stationed at the Convictory. Let us go there at once. Gaidalo, you are coming with us. Shrug. Crab. The aforementioned "this is my life now" is kind of just what Gaidalo is thinking most of the time, is the impression I get whenever he does his signature shrug. Sort of like, well, alright then. Let's get this over with. And this one is called Requiem on Ice, by the way. Watching this crab fly through the air, truly majestic. We must appreciate the things in life such as crab. Well, if you're not up to it, I won't press you. The song isn't something you can force out of someone. I'm sorry, but the answer is no. We have found the soldier, Sucro. Selene is her name. Alas, though she admits to singing the song, she refuses to teach it to us. Gaidalo is doing his best to coax it out of her. For once his way with women may serve an honorable cause. You won't sing it for us, I don't have a problem with that, but could you at least tell us why? It helped to ease our disappointment. Shake head. I'm no bard, just a simple soldier, and it isn't a song I would willingly sing. Shrug. The lady has spoken. Seems to me there's nothing else we can do. You would give up, just like that? We have a duty to accomplish. Shrug. Begging your pardons, but your comrade gave me to understand that an operation is due to be conducted presently. Aye, dragon numbers are on the rise, and we go to call them. If you were not averse, we would lend you our aid. The operation would be better for the extra hands, and should you have occasion to employ the song in battle, we'd be able to hear it. Very well, you may join us, but on one condition. You are to provide our forces with support only. Alright, we have work to do. The operation will take place at Twin Pools to the north and the west. Let us present ourselves to the commander and offer him our aid. Thinking, and he throws a hissy fit when I do something spontaneous. Huh. Well, let's make ourselves useful, the only way a bard can. Sheep. You've seen the majestic crab. Now witness the majestic sheep. Soaring through the air, as all animals are known to do on occasion. Including cats, apparently. Sucro's not really an animal, but she is a cat. So if you want to be particular, I suppose humans and the like are animals, but never mind. Rest assured, I don't plan on charging into the fray. No, sir, I'm content to stand back and strum out a song or three. This is rather sudden, I know full well, but it's for the sake of our mission. Remember, you are to provide support only. You would join us in the call? The Holy See thanks you. Seeing as you are skilled in the bow, you may help us by thinning out the beasts. I shall mark a spot on your map. Pray focus your efforts upon this area. I shall remain close by in case you have occasion to employ the song. Do as you will, just see that you do not overreach yourself. Go to our assigned positions, do what we always do. Seems straightforward enough. You've seen the majestic crab and the majestic sheep. Now see the majestic, funny airship. The falcon is still funny because of how small it is. And how oddly the sound loops on itself. Not really on itself, it just loops. What manner of foe might we find in this location? It's dragon. Oh, by the way, Sidewinder here is simply an off-global cooldown attack with a potency of 300. I believe it used to have an increased potency if you used it against a target inflicted with one or both of your damage over time abilities, but now it is just a damage move. Part of how they're just overall trying to simplify the video game or something. Part of their change in design philosophy would be the most accurate way to put that. Again, so many lives lost. The call is finally over. I had no idea dragons were so bloody tough, and those were the lesser ones. Not once did Selene perform the song, and though the operation itself was a success, her people suffered heavy losses. Farewell. Farewell, my friends. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Rest now, O valiant souls. Lay down your weary heads. Go into the bosom of the Fury, in whose exalted name you bled. A requiem? The song to send souls into the heavens. This is what it was. I was trying to make you sing a song of mourning? God strike me down for a callous fool. Salute. For once, Samson has it right. Let's show our respect to Selene's fallen comrades. Salute. And then the player is required to salute. Salute. I really like this part of the quest. You need not feel bad. The fault is mine for not offering a proper explanation. Men fall far too often in this war we wage. Wishing to spare myself the pain of loss, I've kept my comrades at a distance. Yet I always find myself racked with regret that I didn't reach out to them before they were taken. Aye, far better to taste pain than to live with regret. There's no need to deprive yourself of the joy of friendship. I won't. Not anymore. I shall learn to savor the time I have with my comrades. As should you. The two of you bicker like an old couple, but life is too short to waste squabbling with your own. So cast aside your differences and have joy of each other's company while you still can. Shrug. As for the requiem I sang, it was taught to me by a scholar of Ishgardian history. If there's a man alive who knows the song you seek, it will be he. Silviel is his name, and you will find him at Tailfeather. I suggest you pay him a visit. I take my leave of you. Selene's song was simple, but she sang with all her heart. Therein lies the power of a bard. Let us go to Tailfeather, as Selene recommends. This Silviel may know the song, and failing that, he may at least be able to direct us to it. It's the fervent desire to aid our comrades that bestows our songs with power. It makes me wonder, what sort of desire is needed for a song that destroys all? That's a good question. I'm playing around with chords to accompany Selene's melody. It appears Silviel is presently afield on one of his surveys. We must await his return. Tell me, Sucro, what thoughts have you on Selene's inner struggles? Sucro saying something. That's some deep stuff, sister. Truly insightful. A pity that's all lost on Samson. The bastard's got eyes for naught but his bloody tome. Our mission takes us into ever more perilous territory. Pray see to it that you are fully prepared for the trials ahead. And this is where you would learn Imperial Arrow. I guess the system message for learning stuff in Bard Quest is usually like, awakens a song within you, implying that my arrow shots are also music? Life's too short to waste on squabbling, eh? Might argue it's also too short to waste on pompous prats. Good old guy. When gnats cry. You come at a good time, Sucro. Silviel and his expedition are due to return any moment now. Help, for God's sakes! Hear my tale, I beg you. A group of us were surveying ancient ruins when we stumbled into Nath territory. The creatures took us captive. I was the only one who managed to flee. Surprise. And a shrug. Tell me, is the leader of your party a man named Silviel? How did you know? But yes, I'm his hired sword. I ran back to Tailfeather as swiftly as my legs could carry me, but no one here is willing to help us. And why the hell's not? Going to Nath territory is tantamount to suicide. They warned us, but we ignored them, thinking we could manage. How wrong we were. There are people in need, Sucro. Are we going to ignore their plight, or are we going to lend them our aid? We can't abandon them. The other option is, but of course. Heh, that was just a rhetorical question, but thanks for humoring me all the same. I will go and rescue those people, and I'm sure you'd be no less enthused even if Silviel weren't among them. As for you, friend, while we're off saying your employer's arse, I want you to tell the craven bastards here they're a bunch of craven bloody bastards. Nod. Needless to say, I am coming as well. Let us begin by scouting the entrance to Lothas Nath. Nod. So yeah, Guy seemed kinda shitty at first, but he's rushing to the aid of everyone and denouncing those who wouldn't. Please, they still have Master Silviel. This man is Silviel's assistant. He managed to win free, but Silviel is still being held within. Let us go and extricate him. And then a duty. Kaidalo and I will draw them away. Please tend to Master Silviel. We go over here and aid him. You are... No time for chit-chat. Hurry on out of here. We'll keep the Nath occupied. You have my thanks. Corgi's barking. To intruders! To arms! To arms! Keep them away from Master Silviel! Oh, I was trying to do Apex Arrow. Whoops. That's not a move that I have. Thank you, I shall be fine from here. Let's finish off this lot and quit this place. Duty complete. That's all there is to it. This time. Thank you ever so much. I did not think I would escape with my life. Nothing to it. Are you all right, Master Silviel? Aye, a little shaken, perhaps, but otherwise whole of body. A statement I am able to make thanks to your timely arrival. May I ask the names of my saviors? I am Sanson of the Order of the Twin Adder, and my companions are the bards Sucro and Gaidalo. We three are on a journey to find a legendary song. The Ballad of Oblivion, 'tis called, and we were given to understand that you may have knowledge of it. But this is not an ideal place for conversation. Let us first return to Tailfeather. Nod, nod. These quests go by pretty quick when you're doing them in a row in the New Game Plus format. Maybe the Paladin ones seemed longer because they were the Paladin ones. So you're the heroes that went to the rescue, eh? I harbor no ill feelings toward the people of Tailfeather for forsaking us. We are outsiders after all, and they owe us nothing. I shudder to think what may have happened had you not come to our rescue. So what's the next legendary feat on the agenda? A performance with Moogles, perhaps? This hunter here wishes a word with us. I won't keep you long. I just wanted to say thanks for waking us up is all. Tailfeather's made up of folk who came seeking their fortune, you see, and such folk tend to put themselves first. But most of us are ashamed we didn't lift a finger to help them as we're in need, and we're determined to do better from now on. To be sure, getting called craven bloody bastard stung at first, but after the grumbling died down, none could deny that it was the truth, and that's all I wanted to say. You certainly have a knack for moving people, my friends. I suppose it is only to be expected of bards. But come, let us speak of the song you seek, the Ballad of Oblivion. Curthan legend speaks of a saint of song in the heavens. This saint is an individual with transcendent mastery over poetry and verse, and 'tis said that he can bring a battle to its conclusion with a song. As for the being in the heavens, I suspect it is a figurative expression, but I cannot say for certain at this juncture. I shall investigate the legend further, a small gesture of gratitude for having saved our lives. Bows and saluting. While we wait to hear from Master Silviel, let us conduct our own investigation. Curthan literature may yield us some clues. If you ask me, it sounds like naught but a fairy tale. I'd wager that heavens is just a metaphor for a natural phenomenon. We've hit a dead end. I say we return to Gridania for now and look for other avenues. If you ask me, I think it far too early to draw conclusions. I, for one, mean to continue searching until I find a definite answer. If you wish to abandon our mission, I'll not stop you. But know that you would be judged a deserter. You would lose your place in the God's quiver, and that would be precisely what your superiors had intended. Look, Gaidalo, you of all people must know the true reason they chose you for this mission. They wanted you out of the way. Your skills had naught to do with it. And it isn't so different from me. I was a thorn in their side, demanding cooperation when they were loath to give it. They were pleased to be rid of me as well. Yet none would please them more than for us to come back empty-handed. That is why we must succeed. That is why we must find the Ballad of Oblivion. If you want to find the song so badly, you can bloody well find it yourself. I've had a gutful. You're no bard. I doubt you even understand what gives a song its power. Yet here you are gallivanting about searching for one. To you, the Ballad of Oblivion is just a means to curry favor with the brass hats. Well, that's an insult to honest-to-God bards like me and Sucro. Well. Oh gods, what have I done? I did not mean to be antagonizing. Though my pride won't let me tell him this, I know that Gaidalo is a truly exceptional bard. With his skills married to my unit composition, I had hoped that we might prove our detractors wrong. Speaking is difficult. Alas, my words failed to convey that intent. Reading is also difficult. Given time, I believe that Gaidalo will come around. I shall wait for him here. Meanwhile, I ask that you have patience with us. And this is where you learn Iron Jaws. A Saint of Song. Ah, it's you, Sucro. If you're wondering about Gaidalo, I'm afraid I've not seen him since he stormed out. But I have spoken with Master Silviel. As promised, he looked into the Curthan legend, the Saint of Song in the heavens, and he came to share his findings. Apparently, the heavens is a reference to a voice from the sky. It is most likely some form of natural phenomena, such as thunder and lightning. Which means that Gaidalo was right. After all, what else could a voice from the sky be? It isn't as though there are people who dwell in the clouds and love to sing besides. Actually, there's a bunch of Moogles up there, funny enough. What? A tribe of Moogles in the Churning Mists? Why didn't you say so earlier? If these Moogles are patrons of music like their forest-dwelling counterparts, they may well know of the Ballad of Oblivion. Please, you must show me to their village. As for Gaidalo, it would seem he still requires time alone, but I dare say he will come after us once he hears we're on the right track. Might I trouble you to leave a message with Master Silviel informing Gaidalo of our destination? I shall await you at Annex Shrine. If you thought there weren't enough Moogles previously, then here's some more of them. I did not even realize that, but yeah, Bleth has completed adventure. Oh, hello, Gaidalo. Sucro! Ah, 'twas but a matter of time before you found him. Lest you wonder, Gaidalo has been watching you and Sanson from afar. Several times did he come to ask what I'd been discussing with his friend. Moogles at the summit of Som Al? I was not aware of this, and I certainly wouldn't discount the possibility that the legend may in fact refer to the creatures. Gaidalo, you should settle your differences with Sanson and go to the Churning Mists with your friends. Being stubborn is wearisome business, you know. Damn it, I want to, but... Sucro, you always seem to know what's best. Tell me, what should I do? Come with us. You reckon I should go as well, eh? I'll think on it. Oh. I need to buy more Gysahl greens. Gysahl greens. Cabbages. Whatever you choose to call this item. I think there's a pronunciation for that now, like canonically. I just don't recall it. Gysahl greens, I think, maybe? Such an imposing structure. For Gaidalo here, he would doubtless be inspired to compose a song. From here on, I must rely upon you to lead the way. Let us ascend to the Churning Mists. I'm going to lead the way by teleporting there, and you're going to be there before me. So it'll all canonically have worked out. That's how this kind of stuff works. And hey, while we're here, actually, this is one of the areas that I had not flown around. And that's how Magvia works? Yes, very good, of course. I had not properly flown about in the Churning Mists. So let's look around for a little. Since I obtained flight at some point. There's Moogles up here. Mognell and I are here to keep an eye on the dragons, Kupo. Ever since Nidhogg, they've been up to no good. Secret Moogles to talk to. The dragons look as small as Kupo nuts from up here. And even I can crush a Kupo nut, Kupo. I go down and squish them, but I'm a little tired today. Maybe tomorrow. Sword horse, made of swords and corpses. Final Fantasy XIV is a normal video game. But yeah, in areas like this, in the Churning Mist, there's an awful lot of places you can't really get to without flight, which is very interesting. Whether or not they actually do anything with these places varies from place to place, I would imagine. Like, we have this little interesting area. What is this about? I think a Fate can spawn here, maybe? But otherwise, it's just like a nice little weird pool. Sometimes that you just gotta place one of those there. We got stuff like this, which also seems pretty important, I would say. A lot of really impressive or important looking landmarks. Mother of the Sheev. Of course, you can go around and like get experience for adding stuff to your map. And there are often, but not always, sightseeing logs and whatnot around. But yeah. Of course, we've been over here, but we haven't been able to fly up this high. Here we have Zenith again. I believe you can even land in places like this, right? Yes. There's not really anything up here, per se, that I know of. At least not at the moment. But there's still plenty of places to look. There could be, like, a sightseeing log up here somewhere, probably. It's also just really nice looking at all these places. And this music is still really sad. All these named locations. Of course, a lot of these are probably like spots to fight certain monsters for Centurio seals and whatnot as well. Do certain quests. That sort of thing. But I just wanted to look around. Yet another island. The area over there, of course. And whatever this place is. Seems important. It's just kind of fascinating how much of this place exists for reasons other than the main story. And none of those reasons are like readily apparent because of how the game is made. Which I think is neat. I just think it's neat having all this stuff everywhere. I don't recall this part of the song. Oh yeah, sightseeing log. The Airy. Vicious etheric storms rage in Nidhogg's lair, keeping out all those who would dare disturb the great worm in his slumber, be it one of years or centuries. And this is my life now, again. That'll do for a little short tour of the area. Though there's more unseen, of course. It's time for Moogles, Kupo. Oh wait, we must speak with Sanson outside of Mogholm first. It's almost time for Moogles. Very, very, very soon. Moogles. Again. That's how Mogthio works is still funny. By the way. Such a magnificent view. I have no gift for verse. I must commit this scene to memory that I might convey it all to Gaidalo when next we meet. Now then, 'tis only meet that we first present ourselves to the chieftain of Mogholm. Let us seek him out. Hey look, it's Gaidalo over in the distance. Bye, Gaidalo. He is too busy sulking. Sword, horse. Also made of gold. Swords, gold, and corpses are all pretty impractical materials to construct a horse from. If I had to say, like, not that I have any expertise on horsecraft, I would like to add. This is the chieftain? He has such presence. I would say that's true. The Ballad of Oblivion. I'd not expected to hear the name from you, Kupo. It is a terrible, terrible song. Hence it is forbidden among Moogle kind. Why, just earlier I gave one of our bards a dressing down simply for asking about it. Ah, young Magda. He was ever the inquisitive one. I hope he understands that I mean well. Lest you wonder, after being scolded, he flew off sulking and headed north of Mogholm. That's Magda, and to the north, Kupo. It seems like we're being hinted at something. Sucro, would you mind meeting up with me outside of the village? Kupo. I have no idea what happens when I lean in that close to the microphone, but I do it purely for my own amusement. Anyway. Different horse. Very sparkle horse. Despite making much of the song's forbidden nature, it's clear that Chieftain Moglin wanted us to meet the Moogle who shares our interest in it. What his motives are, I cannot say, but I see no harm in seeking out the bard of which he spoke. 12 forbid you've forgotten this, but his name is Magda, and he should be north of Mogholm. That's Magda. North of Mogholm. This freaking claw is still something. Time to look for Magda. North of Mogholm. I found some purple smoke instead. It's monsters. That was all wrong. But it doesn't matter. It's so weird to me that Sidewinder is not a button that you need to have your dots applied for anymore. It is simply a button. I mean, I understand why they would do that, but that might be a distant barred memory that I have to discard. I keep forgetting to use it anyway because I'm not used to having it, period, right now. Oh well, I don't need to be optimal at the moment. And the only way to get better is through practice or evil rituals that I don't have access to. The purple smoke actually has a lighting effect, huh? Didn't notice that before. I forget how great the level difference has to be before enemies don't attack you. But I suppose it doesn't matter too much. No luck so far. The Koopos. I don't know who that Moody Moogle is, but I don't think that's the one we're looking for. Does this also actually have light? I think it might, but I can't really tell. I cannot seem to find the little creature, and I was so certain that the chieftain had intended for us to seek him out. By the way, etheric lightning or whatever now. Just incidentally. Hello. Koopopo, please don't eat me. I'm not nearly as sweet and succulent as I look. Shakehead. Have no fear, little one. I promise we won't hurt you. Might you be Magta by any chance? You know my name? Who are you? I'm a cat. You seek the Ballad of Oblivion? Why, I do believe we're looking for the same thing, Kupo. Recently, I learned about the existence of a potent song. Legend says it resounds through the heavens and destroys all. Curious to know more, I went to ask the chieftain about it, but he told me off. It's beyond a single Moogle to seek, he said. I need friends with me whom I trust. Otherwise, it'd be far too dangerous. Unfortunately, I have no friends, Kupo. Nod. Though we've only met, we share a common objective. Might we not seek the Ballad of Oblivion together as friends? You would search with me? Nod. Is there drumming happening? Oh, joy of joys, I have friends. Let's return to Mogholm at once and have the chieftain tell us all about the song, Kupo. I thought there was like weird drums going on. Anyway, umbral static is a fine weather condition that doesn't mean anything, probably. Maybe? This claw. Poor Sucro. I feel a little bad using this one. Just like, well, alright then. At least it doesn't hold her by the tail or something. I'm not alone, Kupo! I dare to hope that we will actually find the Ballad of Oblivion, which just leaves the question of Gaidalo. That your hearts beat as one in this endeavor is plain to see. You're fit to look for the Ballad of Oblivion. is what I would say, except you're still missing a little something. A small but vital piece. I can't quite put a paw on it, but your fellowship is incomplete without it, Kupo. Kaidalo, he is our missing piece. I believed that he would come back, but it seems I was wrong. Is this true? You caught sight of Kaidalo here in the Churning Mists? Nod, probably, but like there's a chocobo covering up Sucro's face. This Kaidalo fellow, does he love music, Kupo? Aye, that he does. Like you, he's a bard, and he loves music with all his heart. Then it's settled. Once Kaidalo joins us, we'll embark upon our journey. Our band will be all the merrier for his company. If he's nearby, we're bound to find him, so please cheer up, Kupo. Until such time as your fellowship is whole, you may remain here as our guest, Kupo. 2 levels pass, again. The Ballad of Oblivion. In spite of our best efforts, I'm afraid we weren't able to find Kaidalo. If he had any intention to return, he would have done so by now. It seems plain we cannot depend upon him anymore. But with or without him, we must continue our mission. I was so hoping to meet Kaidalo, but I suppose the show must go on. Now the legend says that the Ballad of Oblivion can be found in the skies to the east. Is there another place like the Churning Mists in that direction, Kupo? Yes, it's called the Sea of Clouds. Truly? Then that is where we must go. We will need to make a brief visit to Gridania to secure the use of an airship to bear us there. Pray come to the landing when you arrive in the city. The Sea of Clouds is another place we have yet to really fly around. This is just between you and me, but I've actually spoken with Kaidalo, Kupo. Unfortunately, he refused to come back, saying that he couldn't bear to face Sanson. I couldn't convince him to join us, but maybe you can, Sucro. Here, take this with you. It's Sanson's journal. It's the one he's always writing in. I, borrowed it. I thought it might help if you were to show it to Kaidalo. You'll find him at the summit of Samal, Kupo. Ooh, umbral static at night. It's quite something. Hey, Kaidalo. Ah, that Magta blabbed, didn't he? Have Sanson's journal. Huh? Sanson's journal, is it? It's nigh filled cover to cover with writings on song. Huh. To see this, you'd think I'm a bard. I've done a lot of thinking since we last spoke. Though he's no bard, Sanson's bent on finding the song. Hells, he's keener on it than any one of us, and I couldn't understand why. But now I do. Sanson truly believes in song. It's as simple as that. But in the heat of the moment, I accused him of using song as a tool. That was ill done, and I'm ashamed of myself. I can't bear to be in Sanson's company. It'll be fine, though. You're off to the Sea of Clouds? Then I wish you luck. I can't go with you. I don't have the right. I need to be alone right now and take a long, hard look at myself. You'd do best not to expect anything of me. And so we go to Gridania. Someone is playing music. I don't recognize that, if it is anything recognizable. And now, a brief stop into the inn. Because we have to see what a Blethwizard got, and if it's funny or not. Never mind, you can't do that in New Game Plus, apparently. I forgot. Baffling, really, but, you know, alright. Didn't know you couldn't access retainers in New Game Plus. I probably did know this, but I forgot about it. This is probably something we experienced previously on stream. But no matter. I've made myself invisible with Moogle magics. You mustn't talk to me or people will suspect, Kupo. I'm pleased to say I was able to secure the Order's cooperation. We have permission to take an airship to the Sea of Clouds. Oh, joy of joys, I'm so excited. I can hear music from the general direction of the airship. Let's not tarry, the Ballad of Oblivion awaits, Kupo. Music from the general direction of the airship, you say? Oh, interesting. Something about this place makes my fur stand on end, Kupo. Magda senses that an eldritch power rests here, and it fills him with dread. It can only be the Ballad of Oblivion. Though this place is abandoned, such structures as remain are reminiscent of Mogholm. If Moogles once lived here, then we're surely on the right track. Let's scour the entire isle. So welcome to this one island in the Sea of Clouds. Mok-Oogle Island, which is suspiciously Moogle-shaped. If you were ever wondering what this was for, it's for the Bard quests. And that's it. If you'd ever seen this, that is. So I assume that many various areas that you're like, wow, what is this even for? Are probably for various events like this one. And if we go all the way to the tip of the palm on the island, we see that there is a duty awaiting us of some sort. Something about this place makes my fur stand on end. Okay, that's the same line. Mysterious rock. The stone, it calls to me. Well, that's never a good sign. That's also never a good sign. The Ballad of Oblivion is here! I've never felt so certain of anything in my life. Where have I seen such markings before, Kupo? I remember now, this is a sealing stone used to seal away baleful beings. You mustn't touch. Touch. He touched it. Surprise! It's a siren. Hey, remember Siren from Lighthouse that was not on stream? The long cold night is ended, banished by the hand of a fool. Your dreams are mine to see, and your heart is mine to rule. I sing a song of love, and such love I bear for you. With all my heart I give it, and know my heart is true. As I once loved the creatures upon this land to dwell, but they cast aside my love, so I sent them all to hell. Okay, that freaking line is quite something. My head, nay, my very soul is like to split. What is this voice? Resounds through the heavens and destroys all. Oh gods, this is the Ballad of Oblivion. And this fiend used it to lay waste to an entire tribe of Moogles. This isn't a song, this is an outrage, Kupo. All this time, the thing I sought didn't even exist. It was I who released this menace into the world, and I will vanquish it, even if it costs me my life. Flee this place, both of you. The both of you. No, idiot. I shoot. Suddenly. Who do you think you're trying to impress? It's freaking like, the way this is shot almost makes it seem like they're intending it to be romantic or something. Just that zoom in with the harp. I don't know. Sucro and Magta aren't running anywhere, and neither am I. We're in this together, to the bitter end. Gaidalo, why are you here? I'm here because you know nothing, Sanson the Stiff. I can't well leave you to your own devices. Prick up your ears, because I'm not going to say this again. It's the fervent desire to aid our comrades that bestows our songs with power. And no songs have more power than those you compose yourself. If there's no Ballad of Oblivion to be had, we'll just have to create it. Yes, you have the right of it. Let ours be the song of triumph over a legendary fiend. Ha, I like the sound of that. Now then, there's 4 of us to battle the Siren. That makes this song a quartet, eh? Hell yeah. Boss fight. I think most of the quests at level 60 have a boss fight in them for jobs. There was one for the Paladin, but it wasn't good. But this one's kinda neat. Boss fight against Siren 2. Hush now, my dearest, close your weary eyes. Bask in the warmth of my tender lullaby. No, fiend, you're the one who will be sleeping. You call that a song? Don't make me laugh. Why deny your feelings? Why keep your love for me? Give my heart to your song, and it shall set you free. Be careful, Sucro. I've got a bad feeling about this. She does an Ifrit attack. Oh right, I can reset this with Iron Jaws. My love unrequited, I hunger for your kiss. I taste only tears while I never know true bliss. Yeah. Your music is bad and you should feel bad. I forgot about that. Even though I just did this the other day, I don't think I even noticed that one. Gaidalo, please. Thank you, guy. Aha! I managed to find the interruption button to interrupt your attack at the last moment. I forgot to use that. I feel like I'm playing worse. But you know, whatever, that's fine. I guess the interrupt was impressive in a way. Sure. The funny thing about this boss is that she does that for long enough to, like, interrupt your dots, basically. Lost to your affection, I languish in the night. My salvation lies in your love's precious light. Just a little further, Kupo. Our own Ballad of Oblivion. For your consideration, fiend. That time I interrupted earlier. I had Sidewinder ready again. I didn't notice it. Need more practice at Bard. The Sealing Stone is back to the way it was, Kupo. Yeah, I did do that. I interrupted her with the shoot in the throat twice, not a dozen times, but... Well, I guess most of the other shots probably hit her in the throat. I don't know. You were with us aboard the airship? But there's scarcely any room to... never mind that now. Wherever it was you were hiding, you made us all worried sick. Do you know that? If I didn't know before, I certainly do now. I also know how hard you've been working thanks to this. My journal! Where did you... Give that back this instant. I needed to write my report. All's you do. We composed our own Ballad of Oblivion. That's all you need to write. Now that I think about it, my superiors will demand more tangible results. Ah, but of course, such abilities that Sucro mastered during the journey. They shall serve admirably. Ah, make up your bloody mind. When I return to Moghome, I'm gonna tell everyone that we created our very own Ballad of Oblivion, Kupo. Nod. Speaking of returning, I'd best get back to being a Quiverman. And who knows, I might even try to behave myself from now on. But whatever I might get up to, know that I won't rest until I surpass both Jehantel and Sucro. Good luck, buddy. I look forward to the day you do. Remember, my plan can't succeed without you. Smile. Please send me word when the unit is formed. I'll come and pay everyone a visit, Kupo. You shall be the first to know, my friend. And on that note, let's go home. Is it actually a throat shot? I should double check. Head graze. Well, it's shooting them in the head, which is connected to the throat. We can assume that, like, it's a... Like, in this context, since I was interrupting a song, it probably was in the throat. But that's a little bit more up to interpretation, I suppose. Oh, please send me word when Sanson and Gaidalo form their unit. I'll come and pay everyone a visit, Kupo. Hang on. There's a spot over here. I gotta sightsee. Mok-Oogle Island. An island whose name in the tongue of Vanu Vanu translates to a noise heard on high. On the island stands a monument engraved with a mark of Moogle design, but no sign of the creatures themselves, leaving its origins clouded in mystery. So even the island is named after the song. Actually, crab. Crab, 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 crab. Let's be on our way, eh? Upon returning to Gridania, I must report to both the Order of the Twin Adder and the God's Quiver. While I attend to business, might I trouble you to pay Jehantel a visit? He will doubtless desire to hear an account of our journey. Thank you, Sucro, for everything. I know not when it will be, but I look forward to the day we meet again. And now, back to where the quests began. Report to Jehantel. A rousing tale of friendship in the face of adversity. I thank you for watching over Sanson and Gaidalo. When Sanson's plan begins taking shape, he may count on me to aid him in whatever way I am able. As for you, my friend, 'tis plain that your experiences have raised you higher as a bard, as I had expected they would. I pray that you shall ever be a paragon of our art, enriching the hearts of men with song. And that was the 50 to 60 Heavensward Bard quests. And that is when you gain Sidewinder. I cannot complete the next ones until I have completed the Far Edge of Fate. Which is gonna be basically immediately before Stormblood begins, if I recall correctly. Yeah, that was pretty great. It's a very nice, like, little self-contained story, I think. And I think we might be dealing more with these characters in the Stormblood one, if I had to guess. I could be wrong, because I don't think I've ever done that one. But, like, especially in comparison to the 50 to 60 Paladin questline, it's really nice. I really like the characters. It sort of has a few messages built into it. Doing it all at once makes it seem a little bit faster paced than it was, but yeah. And of course for that you also get the artifact armor for Bard, which I don't have on hand because I just stashed it all in the glamour chest, even though I don't like some of it. But I can show you that most of it looks like this. This is constructed using a carbuncle robe, the helmet, gloves, and boots of the Bard set. The gloves are dyed, the other parts are not. The pants are not there, but you also can't see them. Basically, just imagine this, but actually slightly less coordinated, arguably. And, like, the Bard thought it would be funny to have, like, a hole in the chest of the tunic or whatever, and also be missing one of the legs in the pants. I think generally speaking, Bards don't know how to button a shirt if they're designing an outfit. The ancient Bards of old love to expose that area. But modern Bards, at least Sucro, is just gonna wear this coat. I'm glad that you like the outfits. And on that note, of me criticizing the artifact armor, apparently, momentarily, it's time to resume Heavensward. Last time, on the main story quest, we, tried to get to Az's La, and then we couldn't. Awoo! Awoo. I don't think there's any expectations built into the awoo command. So I really just have to say the word. Which means that every other time I say it is sort of like a free bonus one, I guess. Anyway. Last time we tried to get to Az's La, but Alligans had to make everything complicated, as Sid put it, and there was a barrier. Now we have to figure out what to do about that, because all the bad guys are going there to do bad stuff, and we gotta poke them with an arrow or two. You know how it is. Also, some really depressing stuff happened last time, but it's probably fine. Right, Sucro? She seems okay right now. Anyway, a little bit grumpy, actually. It might be this idle pose that makes her look extra grumpy. Or maybe the way the hair covers her eyebrows or something. Anyways. Before that, there's a guy with a pompadour. Before that, I'm going to be right back. Pop quiz! What's cooler, a bow or a crossbow? Think on this question and more as we continue. And don't let Sucro's bow affect your judgment. Crossbows are not really an option here, except as the Shiva bow. That would be the coolest one, in a manner of speaking. Crossbows are only available in some limit breaks, so in a limited quality, if you will. Speaking of things that are cool, I would like to inform everyone that it is currently 11 degrees outside where I am. Fahrenheit. The computer is telling me that wind chill is responsible. The correct answer to my question is that both are valid. Crossbows are slower and stronger, and longbows are faster and weaker. At least if you're playing MapleStory 1. Also, crossbows are much rarer in that game, if I recall correctly. Most people who picked Archer ended up going with longbow. That was part of the class divide. Not class divide in the Ishgardian society kind of way, but in the kind of way where once you got to like 20, you could choose one or the other. Anyways, sometimes I still think about MapleStory. Sometimes I still think about MapleStory 2. Remember MapleStory 2? A moment of silence for MapleStory 2. Okay, the moment's over. Let's continue. Ah, you are returned. Sir Emmerich and the others await you within. I actually did like MapleStory 2 from what I played of it. It just died instantly. Practically. Oh hey, Edmund is here. Welcome back, my friend, and pray forgive me my earlier display. I grieve for my son still, and shall continue to do so. But I have resolved to be strong. It is what he would have wished. Though we know little and less of Az's law, one thing is plain. The Archbishop and the Garleans cannot be allowed to avail themselves of its secrets. I swear, wherever there's an Allagan ruin, there's trouble just waiting to happen. I suppose that's why they erected such damnably convoluted defenses around everything. If the Empire has an interest in Az's law, we have all the more reason to hurry. I would not see its secrets fall into the hands of either the Archbishop or the Emperor.
In summary, the Isle owes its lofty position to the industry of the Allagans, and we can be all but certain that the Archbishop and his cronies are enjoying the view from its top.
I see.
Something about Emmerich just saying "I see" to that is kind of funny.
If we are to join them, we will first need to pass through the Isle's etheric barrier, which is, alas, more powerful than most. Powerful enough to make a mess of a perfectly good airship at any rate. As far as I can gather, the barrier mechanism draws ether from the surrounding environment and polarizes its elemental aspect to produce what is, in effect, a wall of lightning.
Isn't that not dissimilar from what we used to penetrate Garuda's barrier? And also the barrier to the Aerie? That's similar in concept to like what we've done with corrupted crystals and whatnot, isn't it?
It seems plain that without the Vanu's key, any attempt to reach the Isle will end in failure.
Alas, the key was careless enough to leave without us, and I don't think the Vanu keep a spare.
Master Garland, based on your experience, is there no other way that we might breach the barrier?
I can shoot it a lot. I'm not Master Garland, but I can shoot it a lot. Is that gonna help? Probably not. Sucro looks distracted during this cutscene.
We've beaten similar barriers by nullifying them with elemental converters.
She's either just still thinking about all the tragic stuff that happened, or there's a bug on the floor. Or on the desk. Yeah, exactly. Bug. Or, you know, like, could be both. distracted by a tragic bug, or tragedy and also there's a bug, or, you know.
But the one we're up against this time dwarfs aught we've encountered before. The Enterprise simply isn't large enough to bear the requisite amount of crystals.
If we had a really, really large airship that did bear the requisite amount of crystals and we really wanted to break through the barrier, would we accidentally summon a primal airship to do so? Would it be like, surprise, fight the Invincible? Or something? That'd be funny. I want to fight an airship. Can I shoot an airship? I've already done that, actually. Not a really big one.
I'm reminded of the quantity needed to nullify Leviathan's command of the sea. A veritable mountain of crystals that could only be borne by lashing 2 galleons together to form a twin vessel, scarcely able to propel itself, much less fly.
That said, we're not without options. If it isn't feasible to nullify the barrier, we might try piercing it. How? We create a ram of condensed ether and mount it on my ship. There's just one problem. I don't have the faintest idea how to build one. It's going to take a true authority in the field, I reckon.
Would that the Archons were still with us.
We need to find an authority in the field of, like, Ether Siege or something, which sounds like a video game.
But yesterday evening, I chanced to find Mistress Tataru in unusually high spirits. Assuming I understood her excited ramblings correctly, she has acquired a clue, pointing to the whereabouts of one such individual.
Ether Siege sounds like a mobile game that would sponsor a stream. And I would tell you to input a code and play the free trial to get me $5 or whatever. Play Ether Siege today now, my lord. You know, that kind of thing. Probably not that part.
An Archon? Truly?
The reason Sucre looks distracted in this cutscene is because I'm also distracted in this cutscene by whatever I'm rambling about.
Ha! Fortune favors the righteous, eh? Well then, let's not waste any time. While you go and look for our missing friend, I'll work on modifying the Enterprise. Her hull will need reinforcing to bear the punishment, not to mention a mount for the ram.
40 years and older must play this game. The most shocking game of 2022. Etc.
Just you wait, my pretty. By the time I'm finished, you'll be an airship reborn.
We already did the noun reborn, Sid. I want to see a mobile game that's like, play this game for 5 minutes and you will die. That seems like it could be a bad translation of some of the ways they attempt to advertise those. Specific kinds of ones that I do not like. I would say I don't like any of those, though, so, you know, that doesn't really narrow it down. Point is, I think there should be more oddly threatening mobile games. The premise of a light novel. I accidentally clicked on a mobile game ad that threatened to kill me, and now I'm in a pickle. A light novel by Robin, or something like that. Any book that had "and now I'm in a pickle" on the title would probably just in the title. Anything that had "and now I'm in a pickle" in the title is instantly funny. Robin's in a jam. Robin's in a pickle. Friggin'. Isn't that one of the lines that the Chrono Trigger retranslation changed? Like, it used to be jam or pickle, and now it's the other one of those two words? I truly don't remember. Something odd is happening amongst the players in this tavern, but I don't know what it is. Ah. It's bad. Anyway, good thing the chat's covered. Good thing the chat's covered. What do you think, Alphino? She may not spend her days slaying primals, but Tataru is no less a scion than you or me. Full oft has her knack for acquiring information proven vital to our endeavors. I think they're also waiting in line for a trial or something in this tavern. A pickle jam, also known as a relish. I don't think being in a relish is any sort of word, sentence, phrase that people say. Welcome back, Sucro. How goes the mission? Did you manage to catch up with the Archbishop and his cronies? Not quite, and we need to destroy the barrier. So you finally arrived at Os's Law, only to find your way barred by some sort of barrier. Typical. But it's not all bad news. I've made progress in the search for our friends. Don't worry, Sucro, we'll get to Oz's Law yet. Tataru is very positive. Ethereal Trail. When you fled the Victory Feast, you used the ancient watercourse beneath the city, right? Well, shortly after things went back to normal in Ul'dah, I asked Marshal Tauerpin to have the tunnels searched. A logical place to look. It was there that you lost contact with Minfilia, Thancred, and Y'shtola, was it not? Dare I ask what the Marshal found? Shake head. I don't actually know. Pippin's message just said there'd been a discovery, and we were to come to the Hall of Flames at our earliest convenience. I dare not think what it might be. We shall depart at once, Tataru. Let Urianger know to join us in Ul'dah. He will wish to be present as well. Yes, sir. Thankfully, I am able to leave the company of the people that you cannot see, and you cannot see what they're saying. Some of which I find to be stuff that I don't want to read. Anyway. To the Hall of Flames! Up, shortcut! I do love that shortcut. Hello, Urianger. As thou art returned to us, wherefore might our comrades not be the same? Never shall I concede them lost till I have seen proof of their passing. Fair enough. We are grateful for your assistance, Marshal Tauerpin. You saved her grace and father both. 'Tis the least I can do to repay you. Forgive my impatience, Marshal, but your missive mentioned a discovery. Yes, of course. As per your request, I had my men scour the waterways. Almost immediately, we encountered a difficulty. An entire section of the tunnel had collapsed. With the Mineral Concern's cooperation, however, we were able to remove the rubble, which yielded the battered bodies of a dozen Crystal Braves. Go on. Be at ease, Master Alphino. Your friends were not among the deceased. That alone is cause for hope. And then there is this. Y'shtola's wand! I had assumed as much. If I may, Marshal. Honestly, credits to the clever camera work that they do to allow Urianger to put down his goggles like that. 'Tis as I did surmise. Judging by the etheric imprint that lingereth yet upon this wand, it hath assuredly been employed in the casting of a most uncommon magic. Namely, the very first man that did conceive to traverse great distances, and the very first that man did conceive to traverse great distances, and the ancient precursor to all methods of travel that utilize the life stream. Flow. This spell entaileth the reduction of the corporeal form into its constituent ether, that the caster might enter the life stream and ride its currents thereby. Unlike the teleportation magics of modern times, it requireth not a lengthy incantation. That Y'shtola should choose to employ such a spell bespeaketh the need for haste. All of which suggests she managed to escape. Would that it were so simple. Know that the scholars of Sharlayan forbade the use of this spell, and with good reason. The caster hath but limited control over his course. For every mage who came safe unto his destination, another would be set adrift in the life stream, never to emerge. What? No, you can't mean... Be not downcast, my friends, for there is yet hope. 'Tis like that Y'shtola's passage hath left traces in the life stream. Could we but follow these from the point at which the magic was invoked, we may yet find her. To the Sildir excavation site, then. Our thanks for your aid, Marshal. Do not mention it. I shall pray for Lady Y'shtola's safe return. I forgot when in the story this sequence of events was. I suppose it makes a lot of sense that it would be here. Oh. There's a Monster Hunter Palico directly in front of me, but pay no attention to that for now. Monster Hunter isn't real yet. I actually have never done the Monster Hunter crossover content. Share. If a gate bars your way, simply fly into it until the camera cooperates enough to make you leave. I don't know. Wait, where exactly am I going? Oh, Central. I was incorrect. Okay, let me just... Where is this? Am I already here? I've gotten confused. Extreme Rathalos sounds very scary, from what little I know. Having never even completed normal Rathalos, I fear what that might entail. But I may want to try all the weird stuff that I was afraid of trying before eventually. I don't know. I don't know why I said it was weird stuff either, but... all the various... Hey, I think this is one of the areas where the Dragon Quest crossover event had a fate take place occasionally. Maybe not that one. Maybe not the Epic of Alexander. If our friends weren't in the tunnel, that must mean they're somewhere else. Simply being here calls to mind the events of that fateful day. Evidence of Y'shtola's passage will have been made faint by time, but mayhap some few scant traces yet remain to guide our steps. Distant eagle cry. Everyone turns to look at where Urianger was looking. Also, he wears goggles over goggles. That's a mountain. Or a cliff, rather. I know geography. The trail leadeth to the north and east, unto the bosom of the Twelveswood. Are you certain? Nod. Aye, there is no mistake. Thither hath Y'shtola journeyed. And yet the Gridanians have reported no sightings. We must take this to mean she's still adrift. If it be so, I do fear for our friend. Contrary to its name, the lifestream is more akin to a raging torrent. Linger overlong in the midst of this maelstrom, and the ether that formeth one's soul shall surely be scattered, ne'er to be reformed. We have no time to waste. Urianger, pray explore all possible options for reversing the effects of this forbidden magic. Sucro, Tataru, we three shall press on to Gridania and petition the Elder Seedseer's aid. Nod. Gotta find Y'shtola. We haven't heard her Heavensward voice acting yet. Also, she's pretty cool, generally. Though I do believe some would refer to Y'shtola as a Mary Sue. I think she's okay. I don't think she's one of those. From what I remember, anyway. She's a cat, just like Sucro. Hold on, Y'shtola, we're coming for you. It is said that the elementals perceive the life stream. If, as we suspect, Y'shtola is still adrift in its midst, they may be able to find her. But if we are to appeal to them for assistance, we must needs do so through their chosen, the Pajal. I'm really bad at reading today. It's imperative, therefore, that we speak with Kane Senna without delay. Actually, best scion is a trick question because Sucro is the best scion. I've already requested an audience with the Elder Seedseer. She will receive us in the Lotus Stand presently. We need but speak with the conjurer yonder to be admitted. I wonder if trying to do voices or like accents makes it more difficult for me to also just read the text. I'm not sure. It is adding an additional task onto the multitasking. These platforms look like little abstract representations of a pizza. Because you got like the crust of the platform, and you got the center of the platform. Like, this looks like how you would attempt to represent the pizza, or a pizza, if you were handed only ground textures. Nobody else has ever thought about this. Anyway, hello, Kane Senna. It's time for you to do more stuff. Like I said before, I believe a lot of people mentioned Kane Senna didn't do anything in Realm Reborn, and here she is in Heavensward helping out again. Be welcome, my friends, and speak freely. I gather your suit will admit no delay. Thinking about ground texture pizza? I apologize. It will not, my lady. Pray forgive the abrupt nature of our request, but it's a matter of life and death. Explaining. I see. As you say, we must needs act swiftly if we are to free Y'shtola from the ungentle pull of the life stream. And as you have surmised, we cannot do this unaided. However... More talking.
In requesting the Elemental's assistance to find Y'shtola, you must needs be aware of one difficulty. A difficulty born of the fundamental difference between man and Elemental.
Elementals are... They basically have an alien way of, like, thinking and morality. So this could be difficult.
That being...
In perceiving the world around him, man relies upon senses such as sight and sound. For the sake of convenience, he gives names to such things as are near or dear to him. Being formed of pure ether, however, such concepts are foreign to the Elementals. Instead, they perceive by observing the ebb and flow of the energies of life. So profound a division cannot be bridged with simple discourse. The Elementals' voices stir not the air, and thus reach not our ears, while our words are but wind to them. Though we seers can commune with them through feelings, naught that we can impart will serve to aid them in identifying Y'shtola. Nay, they must needs be presented with ether which is akin to hers. If you could but find a family member,
return. Y'shtola has a sister who came to live in Gridania. She told me about her once.
I forgot she was relevant to the story. I think she's relevant.
That is most fortunate indeed. Pray, seek this sister out then, and bring her to Evershade.
I believe this character, Yamitra, is very relevant to the Summoner questline, so she will actually recognize Sucro in this event,
There,
I believe.
we shall petition the Great One's aid in finding your lost companion.
So essentially, we're hauling someone over to the elementals and pointing at her and being like, find someone kind of like this person. And this will work? That's our plan? Well, okay, sure. Also, this implies a lot about, like, the etheric composition of people. If, like, family members have similar etheric compositions. So that would mean ether, on some level, something about ether is, like, genetic? Which is kind of a wild concept to briefly bring up, isn't it? I was not aware that Y'shtola had a family member here in Gridania. How very convenient. Forgive me, I've grown so accustomed to being laughed at by the Fates, I cannot help but mistrust them when they smile on us. We must, of course, seek the woman out at once. Memory serves, Y'shtola's sister is named Yamitra. Oh, you know her, do you? Well, then that ought to make things easier. Anyway, she spends most of her time around Apkalu Falls, from what I recall. Let's look for her there. Time for the cat conference. Multiple cats will be involved. Where's Apkalu Falls again? Ah, there it is. It's where you turn in your achievement points and get achievement certificates that you get way more of than you can spend, and hooray! I feel like they should probably add more achievement rewards. Maybe. Something to consider. So this will be interesting because I forgot Yamitra was relevant to the main story, and she knows Sucro. Do you have voice acting? No. Greetings, Sucro. What brings you here today? I see that you have companions. Lady Yamitra, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Elfino Leveilleur, and this is Tataru Taru. Bow and curtsy. Your sister's stuck in the lifestream, and we need someone similar to her to pull her out of the lifestream. So you are my sister's comrades and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. When I heard that your people were being pursued, I desperately sought to reach Y'shtola, but all mine efforts were to no avail. Now I know why. A forbidden spell of all things, that she should be so reckless. But what's done is done. I thank you for bringing word to me. Needless to say, I should be glad to help. Though we were born of different mothers, our veins course with the same father's blood. I hope that this will be enough for the elementals. Come, let us make for Evershade at once. And so they did. Also, the Bajals are here too.
Let us begin. Raya-O, Arun, if you would. Hearken to me, O great ones. Pray give yourselves to the life stream, a drifting soul to find.
We've established just recently that to the elementals, our words are but wind to them. So I suppose this is all for ceremony. At least that part of it is.
Please, Y'shtola. Please come back to us.
Elementals currently searching their computer for Y apostrophe for any relevant data files.
There.
Located. One result.
Now!
Oh no! I hope it doesn't crash. It's... Y'shtola. The live stream destroys your clothing, by the way, apparently. I guess. It's fine though, the camera's cooperating. And also we accounted for this. Now she's just wrapped up like a burrito or something. That was surprisingly simple to do. Oh.
A room has been readied at the roost. Pray, bear her thither at once.
Well, that worked out pretty well.
All that remains is to pray, my friends.
I mean, I guess we're not done yet, because she's still asleep. But still. Hey, what's up? Nod. Let us pray that Y'shtola awakens. Oh, Y'shtola. Just seeing her face again, it's... Oh, I've been so worried. Tataru's surprise. Spoilers. Y'shtola is awake. At some point in the future. We know this thanks to the quest header. Y'shtola is resting within an inn room. Though she's still unconscious, the signs are positive. The conjurers say she's in sound health and should awaken before long. Isn't that wonderful? Now, while we wait for Y'shtola to wake up, I thought I'd take the opportunity to finish my little surprise for her. It's something I've been working on for a while now, in the hope that she'd one day return to us. It wants for just a couple more items before it's ready. I've already placed orders for those items. Could I ask you to retrieve them for me? One is at the Leatherworkers Guild, and another is with the Conjurers Guild. Speak with Mistress Geva and Brother Isumayan, and they ought to take care of you. Geva? One of those is surely correct. Sure are a lot of Vieiras standing around today. I noticed like 3 to 5 of them just as I ran to the crystal for 5 seconds. I wonder how common Vieira actually are among the player base at this point. I don't think there's been a survey of that nature in a while. What is it? I'm a busy woman, so be quick about it. If you wish to place an order, speak with Randall. Huh? Here to retrieve an order from Mistress Tataru, you say? You come at a good time. I finished it moments ago. It was no small coup working to specifications, but I did it nonetheless. Payment has already been settled. However did that girl come by chimerical hide anyway? You need either balls of steel or a bottomless coin purse, and it seemed to me she had neither. Tataru just has connections. Though now I'm imagining Tataru speaking in a Duke Nukem voice, because there is a Duke Nukem line that's like, I've got balls of steel, or something like that. And, combining Tataru with Duke Nukem in my brain is quite something to have just done. Hey, what's up? Oh wait, no, this is asking if I want to join the Leather Guild. No, bye, no, never. Never in my life until I do it later. You are welcome. I consider this a service. Let Tataru say fuck. Let Tataru swear, like Duke Nukem probably does. Imagine Duke Nukem, but he only said, like, PG things. Or maybe he does that. I don't know anything about Duke Nukem. I know that he presumably nukes them, whoever them is. And he's some kind of duke? Who can say? Hey there, Isumayan. Wow, the Conjurer's Guild looks pretty neat. In high graphics. Mostly the glowy plants back there. Greetings, Sucro. I trust you've been well. Is there aught you require of me? Ah, yes, Mistress Tataru's order. As requested, it's been sanctified in the sight of the elementals. I know not what she intends for the staff, but it's a most singular artifact. Even one possessed of my experience would struggle to wield it. So Sucro got the height of a chimera somehow, and also got like a very powerful staff. I just sort of casually wandered over to the leatherworker and was like, hey, can you make this ultra rare beast hide into a cool thing? And then sort of wandered over to the conjurers and was like, hey, could you make this ultra powerful staff, like, could you make the elementals give it a thumbs up for me? Thanks, bye. And then they did, and it's all fine. Like I said, I guess, Tataru has connections. I think... Still thinking about the number of Vieira. I think, from what I recall, Mikote are probably one of the more popular choices. But I think that survey might have been before Vieira or when Vieira were new. I don't recall exactly. Ah, you're back. You have the items, I hope. A leather bag containing an item prepared by the Leather Workers Guild as per Tataru's request. A cloth bag containing the item prepared by the Conjurers Guild as per Tataru's request. Hello. Here are the items. Oh, it's precisely as I requested, a perfect match for the other pieces. Truly, Geva is a master among masters. And the staff completes the surprise. Thank you so much, Sucro. I can't wait to see what Y'shtola thinks of the surprise. Lest you wonder, she's doing very well, and the Conjurers have left her in her sister's care. Let's go and pay them a visit, shall we? I like that it's actually just an in-room. It's Y'shtola. She's fine.
Y'shtola! I'm so glad you're back!
Tataru.
So if this is a different voice actor than we've heard up to this point, her very first line as Y'shtola is Tataru, which is kind of funny. Just a little bit. Aww. Hello. A lot has happened since you left.
Thank the 12.
Nod.
Something has changed about you, Alphinaud. Or mayhap the change is with me. I seem to sense the ether around me more keenly than before.
Yep, Y'shtola's here.
I am pleased to see you well again. Do you feel strong enough to talk?
Worry not. I am well enough.
Nod. Yamitra doesn't get to have a voice line. She has to leave now.
Tell us then, what befell you after you fled the feast? We were told that there had been a tunnel collapse.
It's really funny that this is just an in-room that has all the stuff that's in an in-room, like the armoire and the glamour dresser and the toy box and everything. The scene can probably be different, or probably could have been a little bit different, because I feel like in-rooms did not always have all of these features back in Heavensward, but I don't remember exactly.
That was my doing. I brought the tunnel down that you and Minfidia might escape. At the last moment, I invoked a teleportation magic, in hopes of spiriting Thancred away at least. Needless to say, it did not go quite as planned, and I found myself adrift in the life stream. The others? Where are they? Did they not escape?
Well, yes and no.
They remain unaccounted for. You were the only one we have been able to find.
Oh, right. Mostly no, right now.
I am truly sorry. It was the Crystal Braves who pursued you that day. My hubris that led to our undoing.
No apologies are necessary, Alphinaud. You are not to blame for what occurred. Know that were our comrades here, they would commend you for keeping the light of hope alive.
True.
Don't worry. The others are alive and well, I'm sure of it. We just need to find them.
Indeed, Tataru. Let us find our friends and rebuild the Scions.
I'm sure at least some of them.
Ha! There is the Alphinaud I remember. And I feel much the better for his return. 'Tis time I arose.
Careful there. Okay, you managed to stand up. That's pretty good.
That reminds me. I have a change of clothes for you. I don't like to boast, but I made them myself. I learned how to weave while we were in Ishgard, you see.
Yeah, her Heavensward outfit is a pretty good one. I like it, from what I remember. Apparently made out of Chimera leather. Yeah, it's pretty good. Tataru inspects it. Tataru approves. It's alright. Yeah. I think they do say that eventually.
Tataru has apprised me of all that took place in the aftermath of the assassination plot. It would seem I have been away for some while.
Indeed.
Yes, much and more happened during your absence. At present, we seek to follow the Archbishop to Azizlar.
Tataru, did you really make Y'shtola an outfit featuring shorts when we are primarily dealing with cold climates at the moment? Maybe Y'shtola doesn't mind, I don't know. That just occurred to me, though.
And you want for some manner of etheric ram to pierce the floating isle's protective barrier?
We do. Might you be able to furnish us with one?
Yes, I have one right here.
A means to prise open a hole in an Allagan barrier. And one large enough to admit an airship, no less. Nay, I lack the knowledge to devise such a weapon.
Tataru is the smartest when it comes to business, I would say.
But I know
eventually.
of one who could. A leading figure in the field of etheric research, and one of the finest scholars ever to grace Sharlayan. Matoya, my former master.
Matoya! Matoya is pretty good in this game. Not quite time for Powerful Grandma, but we are working towards the Powerful Grandma hour. The hour of Powerful Grandma is nearly at hand. Y'shtola looks speaking is really difficult today, why? Looks absolutely smashing in her new outfit, don't you think? Pretty good. Did you forget the cold weather, though? I still want to know this. Everyone else is dressed for this. Matoya, the name rings strangely familiar. Oh, right. Hee hee. We'll get to that. Onward to Sharlayan. No, that's not for a really long time, actually, but, you know. Close enough. In my youth, I had the honor of studying under Matoya. In the field of etheric research, she was without rival. I have no doubt that her knowledge will be of aid to our cause. The question is, will she share it with us? My master has ever been willful. The gods forbid anyone disagrees with her. When the Garlean Empire first marched upon Eorzea some 15 years ago, the denizens of Sharlayan were summoned back to the motherland. However, Matoya refused to join the exodus. To this day, she lives a hermit's life on the fringes of the abandoned city. So it is to the Dravanian hinterlands that we must go, to the place of my birth. Though Alisaie and I were born in Sharlayan, our days there were short. We remained only until the Exodus, and I have not returned since. Oh, so it's to be a homecoming then. As fine a reason as any to go to Sharlayan, and it would afford us the opportunity to pay my master a visit. I have no idea what the temperature in the hinterlands actually is, so I can't really say. I believe you've mistaken our primary objective, Y'shtola. At any rate, the journey will take us through largely unknown territory. Let us first return to Ishgard and make our preparations. That is true. But I believe you should know that, it can be cold without snowing. This is a phenomenon that I don't believe is foreign to where you live. Right now, it's 11 degrees Fahrenheit for me. I don't know what that is in Celsius, because I live in a country that doesn't believe in Celsius. Apparently. So this is the Holy See. I should like to linger a while and take in the sights, but it must wait till after our mission. We managed to find Y'shtola. Given time, I'm sure we'll be reunited with the others as well. Well, she doesn't seem too bothered by the weather. Sharlayan is situated in the Dravanian hinterlands. To get there, we must strike west and traverse the breadth of the Devranian forelands. Make no mistake, it will be a grueling journey. The party shall be comprised of Sucro, Y'shtola, and myself. Tataru, pray remain in Ishgard and continue the search for our missing friends. Yes, sir! First, let us make for Tailfeather. It's nice to have Y'shtola back. Y'shtola's pretty cool, I think. I mentioned earlier some people see her as a Mary Sue, I believe. I think she's pretty cool, though. When last we set foot here, Estinian and Izael were with us. Though it was not all that long ago, I find myself strangely taken by nostalgia. A long soak in the life stream followed by a long journey. I would not recommend it to anyone. But rest assured my strength is returning to me. I shall be back to my former self ere long. Yeah, that's true. And if it's not that, it's I don't like popular character. Or a combination of both. Could be either, really. Anyway. A great new nation. I believe I'm sufficiently rested. Let us continue west to Sharlayan. Once we descend the mountain path, we will arrive at the Dravanian hinterlands. From there, it is but a short distance to the city. Be warned that we shall be passing through Nath territory. We must needs be wary of them and the dragons both. Okay, that could have been what I was thinking of. Though I don't doubt some have called her a Mary Sue at some point. I find it likely that any given character is likely to be called a Mary Sue or Marty Stew or whatever. Do people actually use Marty Stew anymore? I think Mary Sue has become more of a neutral term. Anyway, regardless of whatever territory we are meant to be passing through, I'm ignoring it. Because Sucro can fly on cloud. Fly on a cloud. For some reason, I have very specific memories of flying around on this cloud in one of the Stormblood areas. Yangsha, I believe, is where I associate this cloud with. It may be that the promotion that had the cloud in it appeared around the Stormblood era.
To the Thaliak River, where to the melted snows of Abelathia's spine eventually find their way by means of 1,000 silver streams. Whose waters have long nourished the Dravanian hinterlands, and so provided for a settlement of learned souls from across the northern seas. To the city of Sharlayan, that great seat of knowledge now abandoned by her keepers, they came.
Oh right, this is just Sharlayan, and the other Sharlayan I'm thinking of is like New Sharlayan? Or Old Sharlayan? There's two Sharlayans, either way. Old Sharlayan, right. They retreated, I think, was the basic idea. Matoya dwells on the far side of the Thaliak River. Let us search for a crossing. Ah, gotcha. I mean, I think they just explained that to me, but, like... Apparently reading, speaking, and remembering things are all slightly difficult today. But that's fine. Truthfully, I'm probably just not giving myself enough credit. Why do I have the entire map of Idyllshire automatically? Because it's a town, that's why. Probably. And so we once again reach an area where we cannot fly yet. By the way, I've put the flying black chocobo onto the roulette in honor of Oshifant, who gifted it to us. You know, it'd be really funny if they just had the option to blatantly disregard the, or blatantly disregard the gravity of that whole scene, and you could, like, shield surf on Oshifant's broken shield as a mount. I would laugh. I would laugh, parentheses, in despair. Slightly. I would hope that they don't do that, yes. But it would be funny. But it would be sad. But it would be funny. I imagine that some of the enemies around here may attempt to face me in combat. But I am level 60. Cool giant bubble. Yeah, I wonder what that's about. Weird. I've got no idea. Cool owl. For the record, if I haven't stated this on stream or elsewhere, I will be doing all of the raids as we get to them. The bubble may be relevant to that statement. I plan to do all of the raids and all of the Hildebrand quests and possibly some other adjacent side stories. Like, I believe there's a Scholasticate quest line or something. Oh, I have not done Bahamut. When I say all the raids, I mean except for the coil. Sorry to say, but unless the coil is feasibly completable solo as a level 90 character, I won't be touching it. Scholasticat? I'm not sure if you meant to type Scholasticate, or if you just happened, like, if you just happened to type Scholasticat. That's true, I do have people who could help. I've never done the coil before. I don't really know what to expect other than the horror stories, which are entirely vague, truth be told. Big West shortstop. We're in Goblin territory, by the way. Okay. The bridge ahead is collapsed, and I'm afraid we shan't be crossing. There. But worry not, I know another way. See you the towering structure to the north. We should be able to cross there. Towering structure. That is a towering structure. But 15 years abandoned, and already Sharlayan has fallen into such disarray. Verily, a city is no more than its inhabitants. I don't know why, but that strikes me as a particularly Alphino observation. Funny airship. I'm glad that multiple people would volunteer to help me with coil. Maybe I will have to do that at some point. I do have a class that's at 90, but it hasn't unlocked like most of its stuff because it has to do the quests to get there. Like Summoner, I'm pretty sure that the quest I have for Summoner next in the job quest is in this area, for example. By the way, the place we are about to encounter was originally, when it first appeared, not very thoroughly developed. And it developed in subsequent patches. More and more of it was built. So if this place seems surprisingly developed for whatever they're about to say about it, then that's probably why. Unless there's like an instanced version of it that is merely starting to come together that we'll see in a second. I don't know. Maybe they have different dialogue now, too. I don't remember how they handle this. An unconstructed, like, Idleshire, specifically. Or Idleshire? I think it's Idle. Knowledge seeks no man. So says the motto of Sharlayan, engraved upon yonder stone. The meaning is simple. It falls to us to seek enlightenment. During the 6th Astral Era, at the turn of the 13th century, men from the northern nation of Sharlayan journeyed across the seas to Eorzea in search of knowledge. Upon arriving at these shores, they established a camp for their scholarly endeavors. Over time, this camp grew into a settlement, and the settlement prospered. And so much so that it came to be counted amongst Eorzea's great city-states. Alas, those glory days are now but a fading memory. With her keepers lost to her, Sharlayan has become an empty husk of her former self. Pshaw! Uplander is mistaken. Sharlayan has new keepers, is on cusp of new age of glory. Good night, Rika. Thanks for stopping by. It's goblins. Surprise. Goblins? Here to plunder the city? Uplanders mistaken muchly. We are not thieves. This place is our home. Group nod. Y'shtola head tilt. Your home? When last I looked, it was mine and Alphino's. We were born here. When Uplanders abandoned city, Uplanders gave up claim. Born here or no, Uplanders are trespassers. Group nod. Group dance. The Goblin Shuffle. When are we gonna get that as an emote? My friends, please, we did not come here to dispute your claim to this land. Our purpose here is peaceful. We desire but to cross the river. Be calm, I beg you, and let us speak like the civilized folk that we are. Surely we can come to a mutual understanding. Goblin thinking. If that is truth, then Uplanders are welcome here. Come with Slowfix. Slowfix will show Uplanders settlement. It's actually very funny showing up here with Idleshire fully developed because, like, Alphino and Y'shtola are about to be shown a fully developed city that they didn't know existed. This makes a little bit more sense when it wasn't fully constructed. Like, they're surprised, but, like, actually this has been here for a while by this point. And it's pretty impressive, I would say. There is much to do here, I would imagine, though I don't know how much of it is available to me at the moment. Welcome to Idleshire, the post-game hub of Heavensward, or at least Heavensward's era. Though at this point, it is merely a stopping point on the journey, for the most part. I wonder if they'll allow me to get any gear immediately. Unctuous. And there's also this. An adventurer stands before you wearing a shite-eating grin and gazing at you in a way that makes you not entirely comfortable. Funk? Sucro Funk? Gods, it really is you! I've heard the songs and tales, but to think the day would come I'd meet you in the flesh! Whatever have I done to deserve such an honor? Tried of all the days to forget to polish my armor, she must think I'm a total bumpkin. But wait, dare I ask? No, I daren't. To impose such on a hero. Oh, but what's the harm in trying? Yes, I must try. You see? I'm in a bit of a bind. Apparently you can get this as soon as you walk in. A pickle, if you will. You see, a jam, if you will. I've just taken on a task of sorts, a task far, far beyond the abilities of a two-gill greenhorn like myself. But you, yes, a realm-renowned hero like you, could tackle this monumental task in your sleep blindfolded and with both arms and a leg tied behind her back. So you'll do it for me, yes? Wonderful. Just head over to Rowena's and tell Chloe Pui you're there to help. Nod? Did I say Chloe Pui? I meant Chloe Aliapo. That isn't my silly little nickname for her, and I certainly haven't been frequenting her shop every day for the past 2 moons. That her ever so cute little smile might brighten my dark and dreary days, but I've blabbered on enough, haven't I? Ta-ta! Alright, unctuous adventurer. If that is the real adjective that describes you. I wonder if I can access these vendors immediately as well. It would seem yes. So, right. There was the Hellfire tier first, and then there was the Shire tier. This is all actually better than what I've got, if I am correct. Yeah, so I should actually buy some of this. Hat. Coat. I won't be able to afford all of it right this second. Glove. Pant. And no boots. So this was like the endgame Tombstone gear for Heavensward, basically. It's alright. But it's not Sucro. That's Sucro right now. And then, of course, there's various other stuff here, too. That's for... Whoops. What do you got in terms of other? Orchestrion rolls that I don't have. Fair enough. And then there's, of course, Primal gear, Alexander parts. Who knows what Alexander is? Never heard of it. And why does there have to be a mostly nude cat girl dancing in front of this? Oh, well. Because there's one everywhere, that's why. Hey there, lady. I'm Chloe Aliapo. And who might you be? Apparently that's the Chloe voice. I'm Sucro, I'm a cat. Sucro Funk? The Sucro Funk? From all the stories? Wow, you're like a legend, a real living and breathing legend. This is so exciting. Did I tell you I love stories? Well, I do, and not just listening to them. I'm pretty good at telling them, too. I have this friend whose mommy and daddy went away and never came back, and, well, she gets lonely and cries sometimes, so I tell her stories to cheer her up. That's right, stories of brave adventurers like you. She likes my stories. She stops crying and even starts smiling and laughing. Seeing her happy makes me happy, too. But lately, she's just been staring off into space again. It must be my fault. I bet all my stories are starting to sound the same. But then I had an idea. Do you know what it is? I'll ask great adventurers like you to tell me your stories, and I'll put them together to make new stories of my own. It's a really great idea, right? Tell me you think so too. Nod. So you will help me? Rowena gives me all sorts of things when I work hard, so if you do this for me, I can give some of them to you. What sort of things? Well, tone stones for one. And, well, all other kinds of special stuff, but not my Mandragora pin. That's all mine. So do me a favor. Remember all your bestest stories and write them in this notebook here. I call it Chloe's Wondrous Tales. Because I have a tale and I tell tales, get it? Every time your stories help me come up with a new tale of my own, I'll give you a present. It'll be a lot of fun for both of us, don't you think? Thanks, Sucro. And by the way, you're even cuter than I pictured you from the stories. Teehee. Aw. I had to do that because Chloe is freaking adorable. And she's staring into my soul right now. Welcome to Wondrous Tales. Henceforth, etc. Welcome to Gamble Scratch Card. More or less. I had to pick this up now because it's both really useful and because, as I said, Chloe's adorable. So, that's somewhere in here. Where did they say you could view that? Key items menu. Okay. So yeah, you complete like a little... You complete tasks and get a random stamp and try to complete lines. Basically. And I guess there's certificates of commendation now is how this works. They changed that, I believe. So what do you actually give for those? Various prizes, I see. Various prizes including ornate level 90 gear? Hello? I wonder if those prizes rotate. Oh wow, you can just get this here now? You had to farm a fate for this back in the day. Sucro, put on the closing, please. Thank you. They do rotate, okay. Sucro could have 4 ears. Yeah, there's a lot of rewards here for like future stuff. For sure. So these rewards all change around? Fair enough. Someone is pretending to be a shopkeep of some sort. Anyways. Oh, the way adventurer plates work changed to the point where you have to customize your adventurer plate portrait separately. It is not in the portraits menu. Anything that is in your portraits menu cannot be applied to your adventurer plate. It is applied for like PvP matches and soon dungeons and tied to a class. It's very weird. I would agree that it's annoying. Anyway, speaking of Chloe, I have this picture and I don't know the origins of this, but it is very funny to me. I don't know who gave Chloe a gun, but somebody did. I don't know how they gave Chloe a gun, but they did. Chloe, no. Indeed. Hey, what's this quest over here that apparently I can also take? What's your deal? Centurio. Not gonna bother with that right now. So yeah, this is Idyllshire. It's a pretty nice place. Someone's got a whale. As you do. Yeah. From the Goblin's perspective, such a well-appointed city is certainly an attractive proposition. I suppose it's only to be expected that others would come and occupy Sharlayan. Nonetheless, it feels akin to having strangers take over your home in your absence. Chloe, no. Chloe, yes. One of those. Here is Heart of Settlement, name of Idyllshire. Or Idyllshire, if you prefer. What do we got here, guests? Greetings to you. I am Alphino Leveilleur, and may I introduce my companions Sucro, Funk, and Y'shtola. How come Sucro gets the full name, but Y'shtola only gets the first name? Yeah, that's also true. One of the most obvious mechanisms, anyway, because there's also the Moogle treasure trove going on. Oh, you said it was the second most obvious mechanism, and then you brought that up. Okay. I missed the second in what you said. We have journeyed far in search of a friend and seek to cross the river. But finding the main bridge collapsed, you went looking for a detour and ended up stumbling into Slowfix and his crew, is that right? That is the short of it, This place, Idyllshire. I came expecting a ghost town. Suffice it to say, I'm surprised to find it so alive. Well, with all them precious artifacts laying about, 'twas only a matter of time before treasure hunters like me moved in. But we weren't the first to arrive, neither. By then, Slowfix and his Gobby friends were already settled. At first, Gobbies and hunters disliked each other, but understanding came, then friendship. Now Gobbies and hunters have joined hands to build great new nation. So that is what happened after we Sharlayans departed. Oh, so you're locals. No hard feelings, I hope. All these nice buildings, but no one to live in them. Felt like a waste, you know? We've been trying to put the place to rights, and things have been going well for the most part. But it ain't all smooth sailing. Not to sound ungrateful, but the traps your people left lying about are a bloody nuisance. And there's the Illuminati harrying us day and night. Slowfix says bright idea! Uplanders desire mutual understanding, yes? Best way to understanding is helping one another. Help citizens of Idyllshire and Uplanders can be citizens too. Citizens are free to cross river. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Well, I'm not aware of a quicker way to reach our destination. Let us assist Slowfix and his people. Various celebratory gestures. Let's helping! Yay! I guess I'll take that. I guess I will take the shiny rock. And then sell it immediately. Golems be gone. So Uplanders agree to help. Good. Here is what Slowfix wants Uplanders to do. Many golems prowl Idyllshire, get in the way of expansion plans. Slowfix wants Uplanders to eliminate golems. Golems? 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 Both. Uplanders are Sharlayan, yes? Sharlayans should know the best way to deal with creatures. Sentinel golems, I dare say Y'shtola will know how to deal with them. Shoot him with a bow. So we are to eliminate the golems. That should be a simple enough affair. Yeah, Y'shtola is alive. Pulled her out of the life stream. The automata were employed as sentinels, and by design can be unmanned with a coded command. At the time of the Exodus, it was noughts and crosses. I see no reason why it should not still work. Let us divide the task between the three of us, the quicker to be finished with it. While in chat mode, say, embarrass yourself in public. God damn it. Every time they have a while in the chat mode say objective, I feel personally attacked. Hello, abandoned golem. Rumble, rumble. Noughts and crosses. Golem explode. With a shudder, the golem crumbles to pieces. Everyone will know that I'm noob playing old quests. Blah. The range on say is very small. I suppose that's true. Oh, they intercept your chat message? Well, that makes me feel better. Unless you mess up the prompt. Oh. Well, that makes me feel more afraid. Tsuko just watching as this golem falls over. I did! Oh, forgot about that as well. Good to keep in mind. I'll eventually take the Centurio. Can I just actually just be done with this really quickly? Well, I guess I can just turn that in at some point. No reason not to take that. I helped. Golems are no more? Wonderful! Now we can resume work to expand settlement. I think the further I go, the less I'm wanting to do wacky voices for people, so... The voicing is just getting more regular over time. But that's probably fine. An Illuminati incident. Well... Uplanders helped Gobbyflock, earned right to be citizens of Idyllshire, but Slowfix must ask another favor. Another favor, you say? Short time ago, dear friend of Slowfix ventured into Illuminati territory. Illuminati are nasty goblins, show no mercy even toward Gobbykin. Slowfix fears for friend's life. Please find friend before Illuminati do. I'm suddenly taken by a sense of foreboding. Be that as it may, we cannot turn a blind eye. Let us make haste and find Slowfix's friend. And then they did. They made haste. And that is... I forgot that these were like... Oh wait, this is a really zoomed out map. That makes more sense. The Illuminati has been seen a little bit before. I actually don't know if the sound is going to work. Let's find out together.
Whoa!
It did. Barry thinks, whoa, apparently. I believe that sound probably echoed, but as it is from Resident Evil, making it echo even more than usual only enhances its power. Illuminati and alumni are both relevant in this area of the game, technically speaking. But yeah, the Goblin Illuminati, they have been in the game prior to this point. I don't recall if they might only be in a optional dungeon that I did not show, but there is an optional dungeon where you fight the Illuminati for secrets of Gabi Cheesemake. There's a secret Illuminati goblin cheese recipe, or they're like stealing it or something. Cheese is involved, and it's of dire importance. That much I can say for certain. Oh, if you just meant what the words mean, yeah. That's what they mean. I am also to defeat various enemy. A lot of the mounts in this game seem really silly when you're not able to fly yet. It's of dairy importance. Yes, correct. Blast gob cheese. I keep trying to use Apex Arrow. Probably because RTA is the combination for my basic Dancer move. Because I have a slightly different setup for Dancer. And the reason for that is because the Dancer moves correspond to very specific colors, which corresponded to Xbox buttons, so I figured there was a way they were meant to be arranged on controller. Though I am not currently using an Xbox controller. I always have some sort of logic whenever I arrange all the skills of a job, and then, like, if I take a break from the game for a long period... Hey, it's Brayflox, speaking of. I forgot Brayflox was here. Brayflox's Long Stop is, I believe, the dungeon's name that you were trying to think of. But, yeah, I always have some sort of logic when I'm putting together all the buttons for a job, but then, like, if I take a long break from the game and come back, I will have a different sort of logic for figuring out where skills should go, so it can get kind of confusing. At least for me. I imagine it wouldn't affect the viewing experience too terribly much, but... Shuffle. Hey, Brayflox. Goodly Uplander, long time no eye catch. What is bringing Uplander here? Does Uplander have lusty eyes for junk of Brayflox? Uplander must not be touching junk of Brayflox. Brayflox is finding junk first. I knew I recognized that voice. Greetings, Brayflox. It has been a while. Forgive us for interrupting your work, but Captain Weiskit gave me to understand that you are marked for the Illuminati. This happens to be Illuminati-held territory. Is it wise to be here? Ah, Brayflox eat the Illuminati for sun-upses. Well. Who eats who for sun-upses? Wah! Quick think all thoughts. Brayflox all talks. Unwise you are to come here after dirty taking secret knowings of cheesemake from Illuminati. Hey, guess what? The thing I just mentioned is actually relevant, apparently. Another detail I forgot about. I wonder if this dialogue would be different had you not done that. Brayflox did no unright. Cheese recipe is gobby birthright. Save tongue flaps for trading in Death Pit. Also, I have a tank, lol. Yeah, this tank is, I think, the same sort of tank you fight in that dungeon. Or at least similar. Pray to Godfathers, for punishment is near times. It appears we have no choice. Same no matter what? That's fair. Brayflox, shall we do Illuminati Godly Trick or two? Something like that. Whatever this is about, Brayflox needs our help. Tremble before the might of Illuminati! Yeah, this is actually the same boss. So you have to, like, shoot the bombs away. Spill blood or not over unstrung fire booms of Illuminati. This is literally the same mechanic. I forgot about that. That's really funny. More lint fists? That's a good... They are a good basis for a D&D character, I would say. Get more of them, at this rate. Now seems as good a time as any. I shall invoke a spell. Pray keep the enemy at bay. You can see that I'm clearly not yet unyielding earth. I'm clearly not yet accustomed to Bard. Nourishing water. Y'shtola, you're standing on the boss. Ride ye the wind. And become as light.
Ha!
Ha!
Aoife! To me!
I don't know what Y'shtola is doing, but the tank fell over already. Oh. Essence of life, smite mine enemy! Oh, okay. I mean, it is done. Jeez, Y'shtola, calm down. Yeah, that is like an entire tactics chant, huh? Illuminati no match for furious gobfists of Brayflox. More junk is awaiting Brayflox muchly. Brayflox is taking leave of Uplanders. Okay, bye. Group shrug. That was probably like Holy 7 or something. So that was the famous Brayflox. I have newfound respect for the company of heroes. That a motley crew such as theirs could achieve the feats they did bespeaks unwavering solidarity. Hashtag goblin things. going goblin mode, etc. Being embroiled in a cheese war was the last thing I expected coming to Sharlayan. I really wish this was a voiced Y'shtola line, because I want to hear Y'shtola say, being embroiled in a cheese war. At any rate, we've fulfilled Slowfix's request. Let us return with the good tidings and be on our way. If there are any quests involving goblins in 7.0, and they have not already made the reference, I guarantee you that something will be called Going Goblin Mode. That is the nature of this game's localization practices. If there's already something called that, though, then I don't know. They're gonna run out of memes eventually. Maybe. Can one ever truly run out of memes, though? No, you can't. Memes, Jack. The DNA of the soul. Anyway, I also happened to destroy a bunch of people along the way. There is a fight happening, but you know, whatever. I did attune to Idyllshire, right? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Righto. This mount that this person over here is driving, I believe is actually extremely cheap to purchase on the market board for some reason that I don't understand. I don't know from whence it is available. I had known that Y'shtola was capable to invoke such potent magic so effortlessly. I must needs redouble my efforts if I am to approach her level of mastery. One does not simply drift in the life stream. It is a constant struggle to hold on to your very essence. The experience has hardened me in ways I can ill explain. I actually don't know Monsoon's battle barks too much. I don't recall them. I've watched the game played several times, but I don't remember. I only remember the memes. Uplanders are back. Did Uplanders find friend of Slowfix? I think at this point I'm probably just going to use a more regular voice for everyone, because I can feel my throat taking damage. Oh, he just shouts Lorenz Force? That's pretty good. I don't know science, but that is pretty good. Time has not cured recklessness of Brayflox. Without help from Uplanders, Brayflox would now be dead gobby. Slowfix owes Uplanders debt of gratitude. Slowfix and Brayflox are joined by unseverable gobby bond. Oh yeah, my Monsoon Pokey. That's right, I did do that. If Slowfix had known that Uplanders are friends of Brayflox, Slowfix would have welcomed Uplanders to Gobbyflock at first meeting. You know, I mentioned my throat taking damage. I do have cough drops specifically for this purpose. Also, wow, this has been 3.5 hours almost already? Not quite yet, but like almost. Time flies when you're a cat. Honey lemon is a good flavor for cough drops. I will say that. Yeah, unfortunately this is a downgrade in terms of bow, so I'll just take that. Uplanders have upheld bargain most highly. As promised, Slowfix makes Uplanders honored citizens of Idyllshire, free to cross river at will. Though Uplanders must leave for now, Slowfix hopes that Uplanders will pay many visits and help build great new nation. You are most kind, my friend. You may be certain that we will return. I must confess, at first it upset me to learn that my home had been occupied by others, but now I see that it's in good hands. Under your care, I look forward to seeing Sharlayan thrive once more to become a home to people of all races and creeds. Slowfix has already ordered the Gobwatch to let Uplanders through. Safe travels! Alphino, Sucro, shall we then? It may surprise you to learn that it's definitely easier to speak with your natural voice than other ones. Though of course you can change what your natural voice is, if you so choose. I will collect this quest. Why not? I shall be very cross if we're asked to clear this mountain of rubble. So we are free to go where exactly? By order of Chief Slowfix, Uplanders can come and go at will. One moment for clearing away barricade. Finally, we can continue our journey. Comedy ensues. It's fine though. Ahem, barring any misadventure, we shall soon arrive at the cave where Matoya resides. Unless you have unfinished business in Idyllshire, let us strike out at once. I'm ready whenever you are. Let us go and meet the legendary Matoya. Nod. I hope they do that. I hope it's like a hobby of theirs. The music here is very, like, mystical feeling. Yes, indeed. The very same, in fact. Well, rather, this game's version of that Matoya. But yes, Matoya is in this game. And she's a great character. If you don't know about her, look forward to that. Wait a minute. I forgot to actually speak to Y'shtola. I kind of left early. Whoops. I forget, is this a game that you're not familiar with? For some reason I was under the impression that you knew more of it than I did. Forgot to talk to Y'shtola. Ahead lies the answering quarter where the scholars of Sharlayan gathered to hone their knowledge. Even from this distance, 'tis plain that much of it has been given back to the wilderness. The cave in which Matoya resides is situated on the southern edge of the hinterlands. In choosing this spot, my master desired privacy above all else. As such, the cave is extremely well hidden. You'll not find it unless you know to look for it. We shall follow the road south until we reach a bridge. Rather than cross it, however, we shall ford the stream it spans, thence head straight until we arrive at the base of a bluff. Now I'm supposed to be over here. Ah, alright. Well, I hope that you enjoy watching it, then. You can watch me skitter on this funny crab. Ah, of course. Ancient Charlian fortune-telling machines that you inserted a quarter into. I will be accosted by the local wildlife, but I choose to ignore them. Crawlers here, I think, might also be a Final Fantasy VI enemy? Or at least based on one? I recall enemies of a similar name being present in that game, at least. This crab is very silly. Also, very angry flamingo-adjacent, toucan-adjacent birds are here too. It's funny how much you can sort of ignore encounters, even if you are at the level where they would normally attack you. I vaguely recall this place. The fact that the crab footsteps are so rapid makes it funny whenever you find a piece of terrain that's not just ground. This crab is really going. Weird frogs are here too. Very mysterious. Ow. And so we arrive. Somewhere. All kinds of herbs grow here, and they appear very well tended. This is the entrance. You seem unconvinced, Sucro. Well, that will only add to the surprise. A word of warning before we proceed. Stubborn geniuses make poor hosts, and time will have done naught to improve my master's temperament. Doubt not but that there will be sentinels and traps both to deter unwanted guests. But we'll not be deterred, will we? Go on and touch the wall yonder. You will want to have your weapon near at hand. Bunny. A bunny is here. There are many bunnies in this game, but sometimes I notice them. Oh no. Frog. Frog's defeated. Oh, an ether current. Hang on. Bonus frog defeated. I did that. Those sentinels may suffice to discourage the average trespasser, but not the warrior of light. The way should now be clear. Come, let us go and see my master. Okay.
Don't you know it's rude to enter without knocking? The youth of today. No manners at all.
Grumpy, powerful grandma is here. And she does have the brooms. And the music.
Though we neglected to knock, we did create something of a commotion. I had hoped that would suffice.
Heavy-handed as ever, I see. And still not a hint of grace. Some things never change.
To give credit where credit is due, I learned from the best. It has been too long, Master Matoya.
I'm going to presume that Y'shtola did well as an apprentice under Matoya because she could counter the sass with her own. I think that's probably a prerequisite. Is to have sass.
Indeed it has. Oh, it's good to see you again, my girl. And with your fiery spirit unquenched. But look at you, all grown up and womanly. The one there in the fancy duds, that's Louis Soir's granddaughter, I take it?
And here we have Alphinaud being mistaken for Alisaie.
Grandson, begging your pardons. You knew my grandfather, my lady.
Knew him? Ha! We were constantly at each other's throats. Like rabid dogs we were. Oh, he was a stubborn bugger, was your grandfather. Never a dull moment when he was around, though, I'll give him that. As for you, boy, I've known you since you were a rosy-cheeked babe at the teat.
And my sister too, I gather. May I say what an honor it is to meet you again, my lady?
Spare me the hollow pleasantries, boy. I'll wager my remaining good teeth you didn't come to a forgotten corner of Eorzea to flirt with a wrinkly old woman. Now out with it. What is it you need of me?
Matoya's hilarious in this game. Very good character. Anyway, we need you to help us build a battering ram, I guess. You know.
Aziz-La. I never thought I'd hear that name again.
It's really funny that we need like an etheric battering ram, and the first person we go to is this grumpy old lady. Like, just conceptually, that's funny. I understand that she's a very powerful wizard, and that's what we need, but do you usually associate very powerful wizards with a battering ram, with siege warfare? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Fire Emblem has siege tomes, so I guess.
You are familiar with it?
As familiar as one can get from poring over musty old tomes. The Allagans set the Isle afloat not long before the sun set on their empire. Old Louis Soir and I often talked about it.
See, the difference there is that I consider a fireball to be a melee weapon. Point blank, that's the way to use an explosion.
The place is home to a research facility dedicated to finding ways of mastering mighty beings, such as primals and dragons. And find ways it did too, frightening ones. Such secrets as lie buried on Aziz-La aren't fit to see the light of day. And now you tell me a band of dragon-baiting primal botherers are trying to dig them up?
Multiple bands, in fact, but yes.
Indeed. And to make matters worse, the Ascians have a hand in their plot. They must be stopped, no matter the cost.
I see. Very well.
By the way, Matoya probably 100% knew that that was Alphinaud and was just like taking a jab at him for fun because she would.
You will help us then? Truly? I had not anticipated such an impassioned response. Could it be that the presence of young blood has stirred your own?
Ah, some things never change. One day that pertness is going to cost you your tail, my girl. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Nah, Y'shtola is immune to plot death or whatever. It's fine. Mount speed in the hinterlands has increased, so that's convenient. Being here calls to mind my days studying under Matoya. Though she was the strictest and most irascible of mentors, she led by example and inspired one to greater heights. Were it not for her sage guidance, I should not be the woman I am. By the way, you can speak to the brooms. And they do speak backwards. And they say, let's sweeping love backwards, because of course the localization had to also make random references. I'm disrespectful to dust, can you see that I am serious? I think this entire line is a reference to that particular thing. And I forgot about that. Nothing to see here, says this one backwards. Swish swisheroo. Greetings and welcome to my mistress's abode. How may I serve you, Ribbit? There's also frogs. This frog can repair my gear. I will gladly take the opportunity to do so. Ah, and you also have something to do. A side quest that is also an ether current. Woe is me, Ribbit. Mistress Matoya will have my hide. Shrug? Question? You are a guest, and yet you would lend me your aid? Oh, thank you, kind adventurer. I am in your debt. Permit me to introduce myself, Ribbit. I am Zaro Rogo, a humble servant of Mistress Matoya. I am tasked with picking leaves from our herb garden, from which I make her tea. Alas, drawn to their medicinal properties, bugs have recently taken to ravaging the herbs. I attempted to get rid of the pests, but they are too much for a lone Porogo to handle. I would be grateful if you could eliminate them in my stead, Ribbit. Interesting how we got like a dramatic cutscene for that. But alright, fair enough. Maybe that's the beginning of some sort of chain of quest. Do you see the tomes lying about like so many cheap romances? They are priceless. My professors at the studium would have fits if they saw them in this state. However, Matoya doesn't care. What does this broom say? I live to sweep. Swish swisheroo. Sweep with me or die. Can you do any less? That also feels like a reference. None shall bite the dust. Out of my way, adventurer. This is no place for adventuring. But yeah, very nice remix of the Matoya's cave music. Very chill. Actually. Yep, you can buy it here. I had a spark ignite in my brain to grant me that memory. That you could purchase this in this location. There I go talking all fancy again. Anyway. Forbidden knowledge, angry grandma picture. I love forbidden knowledge.
'Twas 50 years ago, shortly after Garlemald had brought all of Ilsabard under its rule. Faced with the threat of invasion, the people of Sharlayan scrambled about for a means to resist the Empire. For my part, I was tasked with developing an etheric converger.
Ah, yes, a device which draws in ether and concentrates it to produce a destructive force.
But as my research neared its end, it was denounced by the Forum, who claimed that my device was more likely to destroy us than our enemies.
That line read. She sounds like she'd have fun with that device, destroying whatever it happened to destroy.
After that, they and I had a little falling out, and I decided to seal away all
She is also
the fruits
smiling.
of my research, lest the dunder-headed ingrates reap any benefit. Ha. Petty, I know, but gods, it was satisfying.
Valid.
Do mine ears deceive? 'Twas you, was it not, who was so fond of saying that all knowledge exists to advance mankind, that how it is used depends on us?
I don't remember. Perhaps. All right, yes. It was a pet phrase.
Matoya's great.
And that should give you a notion of how sick and tired I was of those spineless wretches of the Forum. All talk and no trousers, that lot. That's why I decided to remain behind, rather than join the
All talk and no trousers? That's quite a phrase. By the way, I believe there is some way to obtain Matoya's hat through promotional stuff, but I don't recall. I think it comes with like one of the encyclopedias or a soundtrack of some kind? I know not. Actually, I would like to check very quickly. Ah yes, it is in Encyclopedia Eorzea, Volume 2. Purchase this book and get a large hat. Although, that book is not currently available, I do believe. So I think this hat is currently inaccessible. Which is unfortunate because it's a good hat. I know not how it looks on a cat, but I assume that the ears are... Oh, yep, the ears are definitely covered by it. Unfortunate. Anyway.
You may have had your disagreements with my grandfather, but upon that point, your minds were as one.
With respect, Master, the fruits of your research should not be left to spoil. Will you share with us the secrets of the Etheric Converger?
Aye, I will. All the information you need is contained in a tome I wrote on the subject, but you'll have to fetch it from the forbidden section of the Great Library.
You were not exaggerating when you said that you had sealed it away. Though the city is abandoned, the library's guardians are all but certain to remain. We must needs cut a path through them. Come, let us away.
Is it library time? Is it time for book learning?
Not so fast, you lot. Stola and the boy are staying with me.
They haven't implemented duty support for the library yet, so you two have to stay here. Also, there's other plot reasons.
I need help to make new sentinels to replace the old ones you walloped. They'll be board and lodging, don't you worry. But know that you'll have to work for them. Hard. I'll have no sluggards in my house.
Sucro thinks this is funny. I'm guessing they will either slightly revise the story or it will be a set of generic individuals, as they do tend to do occasionally. Or, best case scenario, 2 Porogos and a broom, or something like that. That would be outstanding. Or 3 Porogos, I'll take it. Oh, the Great Library's guardians shouldn't pose any difficulty for a hero like you. You'll hardly notice Stola's absence, and the girl, boy, whatever, would only get in your way. Matoya, please. But if it turns out you aren't up to the task, well, then I'll know you can't be trusted with something as dangerous as an etheric ram. Now, the library's entrance is locked tight. I'll loan you one of my servants to open it, the broom yonder. Well, what are you waiting for? Introduce yourself, girl. Alright. Broom. Greetings, good madame. I am Broomsy, my lady's servant of some 50 years. May I say what an honor it is to serve you? I have given to understand you wish to enter the Great Gubal Library. To find it, pray head east upon leaving this cave. The building will come into view shortly after you reach the collapsed bridge. I shall go on ahead and await you at the entrance. When your preparations are in order, pray come and meet me there. It will be my pleasure to unlock the door for you. Swish swisharoo. You know, given this, it could very easily be the broom. Now the question is, does the broom tank? Does the broom heal? Does the broom DPS? Or does the broom fill whatever role is needed? Who can say, truly? However, I do need to gather these real quick. Might as well. Finally, a perfectly executed series of moves, maybe. Or at least a pretty well executed series of moves. Practice makes pitch perfect, as they say. I recall the library being one of my favorite dungeons of the expansion. Dusting per second, indeed. Oh wait, I forgot to actually use my buffs, so it wasn't a perfectly executed series of moves. But it was closer there in some respects. The Great Google Library. Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia that anyone can edit, is all stored there. I don't know why I keep thinking of that when you say Google Library, but I do. I have defeated the bugs. Sarorogo is incompetent and clumsy and unable to do stuff. So there is, I assume, more questline there, but that part gave me the ether current, so that's the important part right now. I will worry about the rest later if I choose to. It's always funny when there's a questline that's like, here is a questline that gives you an ether current, and then there's more story after it, but like, a lot of people are likely to ignore the other part. The ether current is the most important part of it, so... Foolish frogs. This crab grants me water resistance or something. Also, it's funny that I randomly drew the crab on the way out as well as on the way in. Skittering along. Crab noises. Imagine climbing a staircase like this every time you wanted to visit a library. A library. I think I'm cutting out one of the R's. I blame the region which I am located in. At least there's also ramps for parts of it. Someone seems to be reading a book around here. How about that? Also, there's a summoner questline immediately here. I forgot about that. That's why Ymitra is here also. Why, hello there. I expected to find you here. You stand before the Great Gubal Library, one of Hydaelyn's foremost repositories of knowledge. Alas, it has fallen into disuse since the Exodus some summer since. In all those years, its halls have welcomed not the coming of a single soul. Its floors felt not the loving brush of a broom. Mine apologies, madam. Pray no mind to the dreams of a humble broom. You are doubtless eager to venture within and retrieve my lady's tome. I shall unlock the door at once. When you have what you seek, pray return to the cave and report to my lady. Great Google Library, Batman. But yes, there is no currently available duty support. NPC support will be added in the future update. What happens if you select that? Okay, it just tells you. So I suppose it is up to us to join the line. Hello. I see you will be playing as Summoner today. I see you are reading a book with your laser eye to find all of the words written between the lines. I see you are very tall compared to Sucro. Such is the nature of Viera. Oh, I have my log messages off. Such is the nature of Viera, and also how my height compares to many I know in life, in real life. Not quite this much of a difference, but, you know, maybe. It'll feel like it. It would feel like it. I don't know. I am merely saying words aloud whilst waiting for various things. Perhaps this will become a tradition of something to do in Lion. Perhaps it is once again time to open the Bard music player, but this time on trumpet, which will make things sound very silly. Something about just seeing Sucro play the trumpet is funny by itself, I think. Ayato seems unimpressed. Or at least unsure of how to react. Or perhaps never mind. So that's what her voice sounds like, huh? Not what I would expect, truthfully. Maybe I should look through these other songs and try and find ones that aren't broken. Or we can play a funny game where people try and identify a song that may or may not actually be working correctly on an instrument that it's not designed for. Be the first to name this song and win a congratulations from me. Keep in mind that these midis aren't totally great, and this is not a trumpet song normally. This one's alright. If you can't identify the precise song, no, this is not from 6. I'll take identifying the game it's from. It is a Square Enix property, and that much is guaranteed because that's the only legal music you can play. Other than maybe, like, public domain stuff, I guess? This is from a Square Enix title. But it is not Final Fantasy VI. Anyone watching, feel free to take a guess. Or if you know exactly what it is, take a correct guess, I suppose. Would it be easier if you knew the game and had to guess the specific song, I wonder? I'm unsure. This is just me trying to pass the time while I wait in line for a dungeon. As the song is about to... Oh, you've never heard... I believe you have heard this, even though you might not remember it. This is... Since the song's about to run out, I'll just go ahead and say, that was the Dimension Breach music from Chrono Cross, actually. Played oddly on a trumpet. So you may have heard it before. Let's see. This ought to be funny if it works. I don't know this song very well, but if this MIDI works properly at all, it might be recognizable by someone who would. My sources reassure me that this is in fact Square Enix music, but I actually don't... I think that's true? I hope it's true, because otherwise I might be destroyed from orbit. I'll give each song like a minute before I reveal the secret. No, it's not that. It's Way to the World piano collection version, but on a trumpet. I'm also hoping to find one of these that just doesn't work because it's not made for this version of the music player. This one works. But also this is a good demonstration of both how MIDIs aren't the most powerful thing in this particular instance, or rather like the Bard MIDIs aren't, I guess. Also how silly a lot of things sound if you play them on a trumpet, when MIDIs are more often designed for harp. This one should be easy enough to identify, I would say. Also, this doesn't work too bad as a MIDI, actually. Every time I have to wait in line is an impromptu concert by Sucrofunk. No, it's not Chrono Trigger. Come on, this one's in this game at some parts. You can do it. I believe in you. Concentrate. Focus your mind. Identifying music under pressure can be difficult. Or, like, memory in general is difficult, so I understand. Also, it does sound like it could easily be in a Chrono Trigger situation. But no, that's Eternal Wind from Final Fantasy III. which is present in this video game for important story parts. I wonder if this works. Sucrose shouldn't know what this song is yet. Yep. This is the theme from Endwalker for old Sharlayan. Technically relevant to where we were standing, but I shouldn't know this. Let's see, what else we got? What else we got? What else we got? One of these midis is a 20-minute long Nier Automata Final Fantasy XIV medley. And I'm not exaggerating when I say 20 minutes. It's actually 20 minutes and 46 seconds. I have no idea if this works, and I'm not going to try it because that's a long time to find out. What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? This sounds pretty funny on trumpet. Also, I don't know if I'm able to use my, emotions at all currently, because this does take up most of the keyboard. So if I were to make a face, it could play a stray note, perhaps, for all I know. This isn't one I would describe as being perfect, but it seems to work well enough. Also, it's still funny that I can't see the cue. This one is Oppressed People from Final Fantasy VII. It is the Wall Market theme, I believe. Does this one work? Yes. I think this MIDI is not a very powerful, good MIDI, from what I remember. Maybe I'm just very picky with the quality of my MIDI files being fed through a video game. Oh no! Well, a major hint is that they're all from Square Enix properties. Nier is a Square Enix property, right? It's not just that they did a crossover? This one isn't perfect because it's trying to do a lot solo as well. Probably, that's a reason to make things difficult. Yeah, this is the opera theme from 6 that you mentioned earlier. Aria di mezzo caratere? This is specifically the most famous part of the play, I would say. The Celis song, which also is her theme. When that pops up. What else? What else? Ah. This one's a little bit janky. If there were less restrictions on what music you could play, this could just be a fun general activity to have like a prepared set of songs to have people guess. But I'm just picking at random from this folder that I have of safe music. This one, since I said I would give all of them about a minute, that one was Twilight Over Thanalan from this game. Surprise. I don't know if this one worked too well. Especially not on trumpet. Bongos would be the real hard mode, maybe. It's serviceable. Playing everything on bongos is really funny, if I haven't shown that off, by the way. That is Melodies of Life from Final Fantasy IX. Let's see. Time for funny mode, once I find it in the menu. Bongo time. Time for literal bongo cat, Sucrofunk. We'll start with the one I've played before. This is just the melody of Lute from FF4, by the way. I just think bongos are really funny in this game for Bard. Especially because she has a completely neutral expression during all of this. I think this song just works well for anything, but something about playing entire songs on a bongo is inherently amusing. Oh, you can confirm the duty from performance mode. Unable to execute command, unable to execute command. It doesn't like it when you get interrupted in the middle of a song. Anyway. Time for the library. I like this dungeon a lot, and I'm going to have to run it a lot to get specific armor, I think. Because it looks nice. I am still in Sei. Okay. Sort of pen moves? Yeah, kinda. I don't know why I focused. Oh, right. When people do dungeons, they pull everything at once. I forgot about that. I accidentally aggroed something. I was just instinctively shooting. I can't really spend time looking at... I gotcha. I can't really spend too much time looking at things specifically, unfortunately. Nor can I read these books. Unfortunate. After doing so many dungeons through duty support, it's really easy to forget that people pull everything first, typically. There's books on Garlean hierarchy in here. And the Demon Tome. It's a demon wall, but a book. I will just simply try my best. Being by no means an expert at Bard. I do recall you go to the other side for this part. And during this part, you don't want to move, I think. Yes. Hurrah! I was somewhere between hooray and hurrah. I should just greed stuff, truthfully, but... Oh. It'd be easy to run through this solo as well. And hey, remember Final Fantasy V? Did you like the book enemies? Because they're here. I think I was really happy to see these enemies, actually. If I recall correctly. I have like no confidence in how I'm doing as a bard so far, for whatever reason. Simply because I know that I'm not using all abilities as soon as possible. I have unreasonable expectations for my own performance. Perhaps. Let's see if I remember how this one works. By the way, Byblos also here. Like, realistically, I'm doing perfectly fine. I'm just not doing as well as possible, is the thing. Right, and then... you have to kill the books, I assume. Ah, right, then you draw the flame to Byblos. Right. But you also still, like, might as well. You gotta draw it into Byblos. That is also true. Ah, oil everywhere! You shall pay dearly, accursed mortals. Oops. I don't remember what the purpose of the wind is. Other than to... Oh, it puts out the fire when you... Yeah. You have to, like, draw... Trying to throw in 3 off-global cooldown things in between 2 DCDs because I don't know what a video game is anymore. I should greet everything. Need to remember that. Oh hey, this would, if I had continued playing as Dancer, this would be the first dungeon where I had the ability to declare a dance partner, actually. That's kind of cool. Alright, we pull this one. I'm so unused to how all of this stuff goes. Speed Reader is a great enemy name, by the way. Might as well grab that. Also, Biblioclast, pretty good name. I don't know why I pressed Mage's Ballad. It kind of breaks my entire rotation in the future, but that's fine. The more I play Bard, the less certain I am that I should be playing Bard. But also, I really should be, like, in terms of presentation, because I feel like seeing the progression of things makes a lot of sense. Also, great boss design. But, like, every time I don't perfectly execute everything, I just think, oh no. Hello, I'm here. Cubicles, or cubicles, perhaps. Ah, forgot my buffs, no! Yeah, I gotta stand on that. I remember this. Ah, my dots. Almost. Realistically, if I continue to play as a Bard, I should eventually just be better at it. Regardless of how much doubt I have in myself. And stuff like this is why I like the ranged physical DPS. Because they can move. away from stuff. Ah, no, my dots, they fell off. I wasn't thinking about them. Well, I did it. We did it. Well done to the team. As much as I complained about my own performance. Celebration interrupted by smaller celebration. I unfortunately do not have the fist bump emote, so we cannot do a fist bump. I don't know how one obtains this emote. But yeah. I got a commendation. Yay. I think what I will do is immediately go back into that dungeon with a more powerful class so that I can read all the stuff and look around more. I think I leveled up to 61, by the way. Which one did I just activate from that? I, like, zoned out for a split second and didn't realize what color just reactivated. Water? Ice? Oh. Anyway. Lightning. No, the lightning was, we got lightning last time, I think. Sucro, get book. Well, time to leave. And so she did. Alright. I suppose there's no reason to continue staying in the party for that. So, for what I plan to do. So... I don't know, Reaper, I guess, is probably fine. Is 16 levels of an advantage enough? I could switch to Summoner, but I don't have all of my skills for that. Is the thing. Or Scholar, but I also don't have all of that. I don't know if this is enough, actually. But I guess I can find out. Let's see. Unrestricted party. I could have kept you in the party for that, I suppose. Certainly enough? Well, I guess we'll see. That's level 59, so... Sucro, temporarily become Reaper in order to read. Reaper, more like reader. Am I right? Oh ha ha ha. Anyway. So we can take a more proper look around here this time. Take in the sights. Observe. Take in the words of the books. Well, it's not an instant victory, but it does seem to be probably enough. The other reason I keep trying to press A is because that's where I tend to put the first part of a combo. You might be surprised to learn that there are a lot of books here. Oh, I cannot leap over this. Alright, there's the ink bottles. Reaper is easier for me to understand presently than Bard is, for whatever that's worth. Many books, everywhere, as one might expect. I've already gotten turned around. Okay, it's this way. On Garlean Hierarchy, Volume 1. The rise of the Garlean Empire in the year 1522 of the 6th Astral Era led to significant changes in the structure of Garlean society. This is most evident in the adoption of titles which serve to indicate an individual's place within the social hierarchy. The following information was compiled with the aid of informants within the Empire and has yet to be verified. Royalty, Zos. The Emperor, Yai. Zos is the Emperor. Yai, member of the royal family in the line of succession. Weir, member of the royal family with no claim to the throne. Military. Van, Legatus. Toll, Tribunus Laticlavius. Sas, Tribunus Angusticlavius, or Praefectus Castrorum. Rem, Primus Pilus, or Pilus Prior. Quo, Primi Ordines, or Centurion. Pier, Optio, Trisarius, or Decurion. Owen, Duplicarius, or Legionarius. Advice for making Garlean OCs, Volume 1? Yep. Also, book that checks if Robin remembers anything from Latin class. The answer is not really. Specialists, Nan, Chief Engineer or Engineer. Mal, Primus Medicus or Senior Magitech Technician. Lux, Chief Medicus or Magitech Technician. Kier, Senior Medicus or Senior Technician. Gen, Medicus or Technician. It is very interesting. It also helps us keep some stuff in mind for future if we meet more Garleans. I will forget all of this information by the time that is relevant. Yep. Incorrect button. Even with Reaper, I'm not really pressing the buttons correctly, but it matters even less right now. Dancer is like truly the class that clicked with me the most, followed by Summoner, but many shrugs. I don't know. I suppose it's evident that I'm still very preoccupied by trying to figure out what class to be. And I did announce that I would be trying to be Bard in the tweet for this, so you know. Public officials: Il, Dictator or Princeps Senatus. Het, Consul, Praetor, Tribunus Plebis, Aedilis or Quaestor. Go, Censor. Fe, Unknown. Er, Unknown. Dus, Lictor. This hierarchy extends to the general populace as well, though it is far less complex. The majority of citizens bear the Boss title, and there is a smaller group which appears to be comprised of respected artisans who have adopted the Sen title. The An title is bestowed upon the peoples of annexed territories and indicates that they lack even the most basic rights afforded to a citizen. However, many Garleans view this as an opportunity rather than a condemnation, as citizenship may be granted to those who have demonstrated exceptional skills, as well as those who have contributed 20 or more years of military service. Hooray, evil empire, I guess. The further along in the alphabet, the closest you are to the Emperor. That's a fun way of looking at it, I guess. This boss probably does not have a flank, actually, so I needn't worry about that. I don't know what Unveiled Gallows means. There's already moves in my moveset I don't understand, that I didn't realize I had. I need to try more jobs, maybe. I need to try not stressing out as much about what job I'm playing as. That's impossible, actually, though. I need to try something. I wish it was easier to relax. I suppose that is true, by the way. Like, it is really the closer you are to the end of the alphabet, the closer you are to the Emperor. Because, like, the lowest one is A, so... It also goes... It also works for that designation, I guess. Essences and Permutations. Chapter 1. The 6... Nativities and myriad creation. The spark of lightning ignites when it strikes, and thus fire is born. The heart of fire renders to ash all that it touches, and thus earth is born. The density of earth shuns sun and harbors cold, and thus ice is born. The armor of ice melts away, and thus water is born. The moistness of water mists and rises, and thus wind is born. The gusts and sighs of wind gather the clouds, and thus lightning is born. Chapter 2. The 3 conquests, boundless and unwavering. Earth grounds lightning. Water erodes earth. Lightning boils water. Chapter 3. The 3 submissions, timeless and unending. Fire is extinguished by wind. Ice is melted by fire. Wind is obstructed by ice. Elemental weaknesses? Not anymore. Those aren't real. I think elemental defense used to be a mechanic. They cut that. It's not even, you can't view that at all anymore. I don't know how actually relevant it was, but it did exist. And the guardian deity you picked at the start of the game influenced your elemental defenses, as did the specific character race you picked. Are there still, like, very, very small stat differences between characters, or did they get rid of those as well? I forget. I feel like they've cut those by this point. Over the Horizon. Though there is some debate as to whether or not Merlwyb Blafuswyn and her League of Lost Bastards were the first Eorzeans to discover the Western continent. Okay, they erased them completely. Good, honestly. There is no denying that their navigational charts were instrumental in establishing the major trade routes of today. Moreover, the accounts from their expedition are widely regarded as both informative and entertaining. Of particular note is their first encounter with the Mamul Ja, as well as other indigenous peoples and creatures which seemed curiously intent on their demise. These travel journals have since inspired a legion of explorers and treasure hunters to retrace the League's journey, yet in spite of their numbers, the existence of a bleedin' city of gold remains unconfirmed. I don't know if I'm going to miss any particular... Or hopefully I don't miss any particular books to read, by the way. Also, this misery status that these enemies are inflicting me with, you can /comfort that away, I believe. Unless I'm thinking of the other enemy that's similar in Ampedor. And this one does not work the same. Could be a different emote. Could be a different mechanic. Nothing over here. Also works on this form of despair? Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing with Reaper either, so... That would be incredible. Like a super high-end dungeon version of that. Absolutely. Mandatory hug macro. I suppose I don't really need to know what I'm doing, but... I am far too harsh on myself, I would say. Just in general. Hello. For what? These books are glowing red, by the way. That's probably fine. I suppose another way to phrase everything I've been saying is that I have the status effect of despair on me often. Ha ha ha. Ho 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 hee hee hee. Funny joke. Leather-bound diary. Beauty is ephemeral, but it needn't be. My Lady Amandine knows this well, lovely creature that she is. Would that I could have the genuine article in my keeping, but alas, I shall have to settle for a pale imitation. The vessel is not quite up to my usual standards, but beggars can't be choosers, as they say. I washed and anointed it per the instructions, then secured it to the bed with chains. Wouldn't want her to get ideas above her station, oh no. What? God, just the thought of it is enough to get my blood pumping. I can hardly wait to welcome my beloved succubus into this world. Wow, that sucks. Okay. Why is there a leather-bound diary of whoever turned Lady Amandine into a succubus here? Fuck if I know, but it's bad that they did that. I'm not saying that it's bad that that's in the game. I'm saying that that person is bad. Sometimes you gotta have world building by have real shitty people in world. Leather-bound diary, too. The tentacles, so many tentacles, and the sound of it writhing on the bed. Gods, just listening to it is agony. I've made a terrible mistake. Oh, rip and piss that person, I guess. Now, did I miss any books is the important question. Probably not. Anyway, time to fight this boss again, but like, be unable to do the mechanics because there's one of me. I mean, at least that part is funny. To some degree. I guess the mechanics don't even matter, actually, in this case. Anyway, die. Thanks for die. My inventory is filling up. Oh, I got the Orchestrion for this at some point. Neat. Yeah. Inventory management. Not a particularly enjoyable part of the game, I would say. Anyway, that was all the books. We've read them now. Oh, forgot to actually assign that to the Bard set. Makes sense. So, time to return to Matoya, I guess. This has been almost 5 hours, but I think it'd be more of a pain to get back to Matoya than it would to be wherever we're going next. I don't know. You know, actually, it's probably fine. This might just be a good place to stop now, actually. Except I got into combat, so, you know. Except I got out of combat. So, Next time we'll return this to Matoya. I think. If I can keep up a consistent Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule like I have been for the last a little bit, it hasn't been consistent enough to call it Monday, Wednesday, Friday yet. But that seems to be what I'm going for. If I can keep doing that, then it'll be Matoya Monday next time. I could also try and do every other day to throw off everything, so that it's never consistent, it's just every other day. But, you know, consistency seems to be important. Thanks for that, I guess. Anyway, thanks for the Moonfire Tanga, whatever reason. I don't want this, but yeah. Thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. Today we learned about Bard stuff, or rather witnessed Bard events again. We saved Y'shtola from the live stream. We got I have to say a woo again, a woo! We went to the library. I complained a lot about my own performance in the library, and I apologize for that. And now we're here. And there's this funny snow person again. I love to look at them. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I suppose I will venture once more into Sucro's apartment and stand on this shark. I forgot there was a hitbox there. It's fine though. Perfect balance, 10 out of 10. Wow. Thank you all for watching. I will see you again next time. And hopefully I'll be a better dang bard and or stop complaining.